Of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. My name is Ryan Elston. I am chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to go through a few housekeeping items and then we're going to jump right into things this morning. So first off, we are live streaming this on both on Wisconsin Eye, which is Wisconsin's version of C-SPAN, but also on YouTube. Therefore, one, please mute yourself until it's your turn to appear, and also turn your camera off until it's your turn to appear. You can do so by clicking on the little icon in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. There's a little camera one for the video, and there's a little microphone one for audio. When I call you up, please turn your camera on and unmute yourself. You do that the exact same way. Click on the camera icon, your camera will turn on. Click on the audio, and your audio will turn on. If we are running into any IT issues, because this is Zoom, it happens, don't fret about it. You will be heard. I'm just going to jump to the next applicant so we can keep things timely. We'll have somebody from the governor's staff reach out to you and we'll get things working. So don't fret about it. But if I do skip over you, the reason is because of those IT issues, and we want to get through everybody because we have a busy agenda today. I'm going to be calling up folks in the order that they are listed on the open meeting notice. So first I'll be calling up Louise, then Jeffrey, then Tyree, then Rod Vegas, then Kelvin, Maxine, Richard, and Alonzo. Will be going in that order. When I call you up, you have about 5 minutes in order to share your story with us. We sent you some questions that we want you answered. In short, I want to hear how you got your felony conviction. That involves I statements. I did this, I did that. You didn't just catch a felony. It's not like the common cold. You did something in order to get that conviction. I want to hear what that is in your own words. I want to hear how you completed your sentence. Were you revoked? Did you have trouble? Did you do AA? So on and so forth. Then we want to hear briefly what you've done since then and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. After you get done with those 5 to 7 minutes sharing your story with us, I'll open up to the board with questions. We may or may not have questions, so don't read too much into it. Sometimes we're just interested in a certain aspect of your life. Sometimes there's some blanks that we need filling in and we'll ask you questions. Other times it's pretty straightforward one way or the other, and we won't ask you questions. So again, don't read too much into it. After we get done asking questions, you can sign off. In fact, you should sign off because you don't get any extra credit points for staying on for the rest of the hearing. Everybody signs off. So please go about enjoying the rest of this chilly November day and hopefully starting your weekend a little bit early. When we get through all of the applicants today, we are going to be meeting in closed session. During that time, we will be making recommendations on who should receive a pardon from Governor Evers. You need to receive majority support from the board members present. So that's 3 out of the 5 of us need to be in favor of you. If that happens, your application will go to the governor and he'll make a final decision. If you don't receive majority support, or if Governor Evers gets your application and rejects it, you will receive a denial letter. You'll receive either the pardon or the denial letter, most likely by the end of January. So it usually takes us about a month and a half, 2 months. But this will be relatively quick. You waited the longest point to get to today. If you receive a denial letter, you'll be able to reapply for a pardon within 18 months of the date of that letter. So you can reapply and go through the process again at that time. The final thing I'm going to do is just go and introduce our pardon board members so you know who you're speaking with. So in addition to myself, we have Judge Jeff Kremers. Jeff is a retired judge from Milwaukee County Circuit Court. We have Nadia Perez-Reyes, who's a former public defender and currently at the Department of Children and Families. We have Reverend John McVicker, who is a pastor over in Milwaukee. And we have our full Reverend contingent today. We have Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is director of the Prison Ministry Project and formerly a state and county prosecutor. And with that, we will be going to our first applicant. So Louise, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and unmuting yourself. There we go. So you heard me say what I want to hear from you first is in terms of how you got your felony conviction back in 1994, what happened with your sentence, and what you've done since then. So please proceed.
I did something I should have never done. I took something from my lady and I paid the consequences. And I wanted to do this for my husband because he passed away. And this is my goal. And I have a job. I have a grandchild that lives with me. And I've been holding my job for 12 years. And I'll be going on 13 in February.
Louise, can you talk a little, Well, I'm first very sorry to hear about your husband. Can you talk a little bit about what happened? I mean, this was, a crime that occurred over a very long period of time. So can you kind of walk me through what was going through your head? What did you do specifically?
I stole the ring from a elderly lady, and I pawned it, and I used the money to pay some bills. And I should have never done what I did, but I learned from my lesson. I went to prison for 11 months. I served in Ellsworth Correctional and Milwaukee Metro and Fond du Lac. And in 95, I came home, took care of my husband, and I kept out of trouble. And this is the way my life has been for 28 years.
Okay. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Yeah, good morning, Ms. Dees. Did you pay restitution?
We did out of probation when we were on parole.
How much did you pay?
I don't know. I don't remember at this moment in time.
And you never got the ring back to give back to this?
No, no, I did not. It was melted.
I'm sorry?
It was melted down by Paul's Jewelry Store.
See. Did you have any contact with the victim after this happened at any point?
No, I didn't. That was part of my probation and parole. No contact.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
No, I'm just scared to death right this second.
No, thanks. Well, thanks for, I know it's not easy. One, it's not an easy forum to be in to begin with. Two, it's not easy being the first person. But the good thing is you get done with it right away. So, and can go about the rest of your day. So thanks for appearing before us, Louise. As you just heard me say, you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process, but hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, next we'll be hearing from Jeffrey Gibbs. Let's see if he's on. It looks like we are missing Jeffrey, so we will come back to him. All right, next we'll be hearing from Tyree. Oh, there we go. Well, good morning, Mr. Fleming. You've seen how this works. So if you wouldn't mind just unmuting yourself, and I'm interested in hearing about how you ended up with your 2009 felony conviction, what you've done since then, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Thank you. In 2009, I was going through some stupid stuff, but I ended up, my house got broken into. I called the police. Nothing was done about it. I turned into alcohol and drugs, So one morning, taking my brother to court, it's like, oh, okay, well, let's go and break into this house or whatever. I'm not breaking into no house, but I'm driving, so I put myself there, so I feel bad for what I did. So for that, they charged me with party to a crime, burglary, and then when the police pulled up, instead of me waiting there, by me being intoxicated and stuff like that, I pulled off. So then I turned myself in the next day, which I was charged with fleeing and eluding an officer.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And what's happened since then? How did your sentence go?
Oh man, since then it's been awesome. I went to church in prison. I got my HSED in 18 months. Came home, custody of my kids. My sister passed away from drugs 7 years ago. Got custody of my niece and nephew. I opened a food truck. I opened a restaurant. I've been helping the community. I've been giving food. I became a member of my church, Greater New Birth. I got my CDLs. I got my culinary arts degree. So that's my thing now, is just helping people, because every day I still feel bad for what I did. So since I've came home, I've been clean, no problems, no issues. Just stand on the straight and narrow.
What happened in 2012? It looks like there was an arrest for felony burglary. What was that about?
In 2012, I know my brother, his friend, they play instruments, guitars and
Mhm.
stuff. So he said, okay, well, can you pawn this guitar for me? So I'm thinking nothing of it because I know they do play musical instruments. So I go and pawn the thing for them. Then it comes back to me. So when the police come and pick me up, take me, question me about it, I directly give them the information of the person I got it from, and letting them know I had nothing to do with that.
Mhm. Okay.
So I was not going that way again. I lost
Yeah.
too much. I lost too much. Even my grandmother who raised me, I lost her in 18 months.
Mhm.
That killed me.
Yeah.
So I would never, ever do that again.
How are your sister's kids doing?
Well, they're doing good. 14 and 11.
Mhm.
But it's still waiting to let them know she passed away from, drugs and stuff like that. So that's the hard part.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Well,
other than that,
I'm glad you can be there for them. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Good morning, sir. I've got a couple of areas of question. First, well, let me just preface this by saying that it's really important to us that we understand what the nature of the offense was and that people take responsibility for whatever it is they did.
all right.
So today's a day for doing that and not minimizing your involvement. So I'm curious because the way you described the crime sounds like you were just driving your brother to court and he wanted you to stop for a minute, and then he ran in and attempted to burglarize someplace. And then when the police came, you took off because you'd been drinking, and then you turned yourself in the next day. But
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad, because I want to clear that up.
okay.
Me and my mother took my little brother to court. So after we took the little brother to court, that's when I involved myself in the burglary, the attempted burglary, and the fleeing and eluding with my other brother.
Okay. So the other brother was who you did the attempt burglary with, but you were also convicted of a burglary as well as the attempt burglary.
Which I never did.
Well, your brother says that you not only were there, but that you were totally involved in picking the houses and collecting the stuff that was taken from the house.
Yes, I did.
Okay, well, then you were involved in a burglary, not just an attempt burglary.
Okay, well, you're right. Because I'm thinking, when I think burglary, I'm thinking going into the dwelling. But
right.
I understand what you're saying now,
Okay,
which
so
makes a lot of sense.
So there were at least two houses where this happened.
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. And then my other area of inquiry is, and usually we have another board member who asks this question, but I'll do it today.
Okay.
Letters of support are not required, but they are recommended. And I noticed that you didn't submit any letters of support. Any particular reason for that?
I never knew anything about that.
Okay.
Yeah, if I'd known that, I would have got a lot of letters of support. Like I said, I've been doing a lot for the homeless, feeding the homeless with my food truck. Before COVID hit, I had a restaurant called Heavenly Cuisine on the go. I'm in a Shepherd Express articles for Heavenly Grill.
Yep.
So
I'm familiar with the restaurant. I kind of expected to see some letters of support given your things you've done in the community in that regard. I was just wondering if there's a particular reason that you didn't ask for or submit any, but thank you.
If I would have known I could do that, I would have been knocking on a lot of doors, getting a lot of letters of support.
Okay.
Because this is my first time doing this. That was my first time doing that, and it was like God was like, "No, buddy, back your butt up, and I'm gonna make you pay for that." So I accept full responsibility for what I did. It shouldn't have happened. And to this day, I still feel bad for that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Fleming, for appearing before us. And, you know, as you just heard me say, you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process. But thank you for your time and your candor with us, and hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving.
Thank you. You all do the same.
Thank you. All right, it looks like we now have Mr. Gibbs calling in. So Mr. Gibbs, if I'm just going to get you on, there we go. You're unmuted now. So thanks for appearing before us, Mr. Gibbs. I'm just going to, my name's Ryan Elston, I'm chair of the board. Why I hear from you, I'll just lead you through a couple of questions and then I'll open up to the board. So first of all, can you explain, what happened in terms of you receiving your 1995 felony conviction? And I want some I statements like, I did this, I did that. So please go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Okay. I was married. Well, I bought a house in 91 and I got married to this one woman. And what took place, we were having communication problems. And I happened to go to a bar where her stepsister worked. And then what took place, about a week after that, I got divorce papers. It was served on me. The reason why I went to the bar is I thought I could find out from her stepsister, about Brenda, my wife. But I guess we were having communication problems. And what took place then is when I found out I was getting divorced, I went up to my wife at the time, I swore at her, and I didn't mean to. If I could have started things all over again, it wouldn't have been like this. I was young and dumb and foolish at that time. And what took place is I went back to apologize to my wife, with my truck. I drove up there, and there was an officer there. And I wasn't really thinking much because I was bummed out, depressed because I had divorce papers. So anyway, I went back to apologize. This officer said, "Mr. Gibbs." I said, "Yeah." I said, he said, "You're under arrest for swearing at your wife. It's considered domestic." I said, "Really?" So I wasn't thinking at the time, and I apologized to the officer. I went over to the place in Waiwiga here, and I apologized to him. I said, "Yeah, it's my fault. I shouldn't have done this." But I left Waiwiga. I was going through Waiwiga, and that was really, really dumb. At that time, I drove through Waiwiga, probably at a high speed. I don't know what it was. But when I got out on Highway 10, I wasn't really thinking much about it because when I was on Highway 10, that was when it was a 2-lane road. The officer was behind me with his blue and red lights on, and I really didn't think much about it. I was just going down Highway 10, and I was heading back to my mom and dad's place. I was going to go out and visit them. And the red light and blue light really didn't do anything to me. I just kept driving. Then all of a sudden, the sheriff department pulled up in front of me, blocked me so I couldn't go any further. They pulled me out, and that was when I got the felony charge. Fleeing an officer. And, if I would have just sat down and listened to the officer at the first time, I could explain myself then, but I didn't. I just fled. And that was my part. I really, really am sorry for that. And I apologized to the officer, and he accepted it. And I thought, man, why did I do something like this? I mean, I should have just sat down with my wife at the time and just see what could have been figured out. But yeah, I was dumb and young, and I just, if I could have done it all over again, I would have fixed it. But she just passed away about 4 months ago. But the thing is, we were divorced. We went through all this stuff, but we still hung out 41 years. We went places, we stuck it out, and we were perfect for each other then. We weren't married, but we still did things for 41 years, you know, and that was awesome. So I don't know what else you want me to say, but
Yeah. Can you
yeah.
tell me? No, thanks for that, Mr. Gibbs. Can you tell me a little
You're
bit?
welcome.
How did your sentence go?
My sessions? You
Yeah,
mean
how it's
in
serving.
classes?
Yeah, how did serving your
Oh.
sentence go?
Well, serving a sentence, I guess it went okay. It taught me a lot of things in my younger life. When I was in jail, I thought to myself, that was really dumb. I did a stupid thing. I was young. I did my classes. I think it was 18 weeks of classes, or 18 months. No, it's 18 months of classes. And it was awesome. I did everything in there. I came out with it knowing that what I did was really wrong. My sentence, I think I was there for 30 days, I think it was, or maybe it was longer than that. I really don't remember it because it was back in 96, I think it was. But if I can tell other people that went through that, I would explain, it was, when you're dumb and foolish, watch what you say and watch your actions, because they hold that against you. And, the thing is, boy, I learned my lesson, and I went from 1996 till now with no convictions, nothing wrong. And it was a perfect life. I enjoyed it. After I fixed myself, with this problem, going through this divorce, because I figured I was going to be married for life. That was my goal. But when that came about, I got so depressed and bummed out. That was really wrong of me. But the sentence, I served my time, and I paid my fines and all that, and nothing ever occurred after that, because I think about it off and on yet, what I've done. And I just want to be part of the community, and I want people to look at me like, hey, this guy changed. And I did. I'm a lot easier. I'm a lot quieter. I take care of people. I like to talk to people. I enjoy that. And I don't know, I feel that the time I served and the things I've done to make my time, easier. I mean, I feel a lot better. And I kind of like now the way life is treating me. It's been pretty good, except I'm getting older. You can't do much about that, I guess. But yeah, I did my time, and that didn't bother me at all. I just had to do what I had to do because I did it. I was the one that instigated all this. And like you said, that's why I went back to the police department and I apologized. And they accepted it, and I just went on.
Okay. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Yes.
You may have heard me ask the previous applicant, but
Okay.
while they're not required, letters of support are recommended and encouraged. You didn't submit any letters of support.
Yeah,
Is there a reason?
Yeah, I didn't even realize that I had to do that, or I needed to help myself that way, because if I would have known that, I would have got some from neighbors. I would have got some from my sons, and it was something that I just really didn't think about. I'm really sorry about it. I just hope this doesn't hold it against me, but I apologize for you. I didn't realize it.
Thank you.
You're
Jerry?
welcome.
Jerry?
Mr. Gibbs, you've lived in Waiawega all your life?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, sir.
What's been your relationship with law enforcement, with Waiawega Police and the Waupaca Sheriff's Department?
Oh, my relationship with them, they did what they had to do. I act stupid, and and it wasn't right what I did. I don't have anything against law enforcement. I don't have anything against any police. I feel that they did their job and they did it right. And I had actions I had to take care of. I mean, I made a mistake on swearing at my wife at the time, and when I had to serve my time, I looked at the police department and the sheriff department as that was their job.
Okay,
And
thank
they
you.
helped. Yep, you're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Gibbs, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of today's process, but appreciate your time and hope you have a
Okay.
good weekend. Thank
Well,
you.
I hope you do too. Okay, and thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Yep, bye.
All right, next we will be hearing from Rodriguez Roach. All right, we will try Rodriguez later. Let me see. Looks like we also don't have our next applicant, Kelvin Rogers. Doesn't look like we have Kelvin either. Then we will go, and I do know that we have Ms. Cook, so Maxine, we're ready for you. You get to go early, Maxine. This is. Oops.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Well, Ms.
Yeah.
Cook, you've seen how this goes, so please proceed.
Thanks again. Good morning. This one case really hinders me that full responsibility. Portage. I own my own business. I run an adult family home. I have two actually, and we're actually here in my first group home in West Dallas. It's called Have a Heart Adult Family Home. And the case from Portage, I think it was 1993, 94. I was cloudy, smoking crack, doing what I was, yeah. And I recall one of my friends wanted a half ounce of cocaine or something. And so I got it fronted to me, and I went to my uncle, which is my mom's brother, and I said, Unc, why don't you drive me to Portage to sell this cocaine, and I'll give you some, and then we can party with the rest. And he was like, yeah, I think he stole some plates from somewhere or something, and we jumped in the car and we went. And I so happened to go in the gas station once we arrived to use the bathroom in Portage, and whatever happened, he overpumped the gas. The police came and asked me my name. I gave them my niece's name, which is my sister, and I lied. And I think I had a joint or two in my pocket in this half ounce of cocaine, and I'm fumbling with it in my pocket. And he goes, so what's in your pocket? And I gave it to him. And I was incarcerated. I went to court, and they gave me 3 years probation. As I got back to Wisconsin, I went straight to the drug house, got some cocaine, and I smoked it. But I was on probation, and I would take urine in, and my daughter's urine. How sad is that? And I would pass the urine test. But one day I didn't pass that test, and I was revoked it. And she's, Deanna, I'll never forget her. She said, come in, you've been revoked. My brother, he dropped me off that day, and I went to prison. I went to Cheetah. Cheetah was overcrowded, so they shipped everyone to West Virginia prison. I did my time there, and I think I got out in 99 of December. Was doing okay, did a drug program, wasn't successful. And life did show up in 2001 a couple of times. In 2002, some DUIs, Glory. Since then, I moved to California because I remember hitting rock bottom, and my mom said, because my sister had moved to California. She was doing great. So I moved out there with her, my daughter and I, in 2005. 2005 in California, I went to a drug program for 6 months. It was called Baby Step in Long Beach, California. My daughter and I lived there. I graduated from there, and life was really good. Volunteering, church, everything was good. And I decided to pick up a drink in 2001. And this smile is because God is shining good, been good. And I share this freely because I know I am free from it. And I picked up some alcohol and got a DUI in Fountain Valley, California. And took responsibility for that. And I seen the judge. They gave me 3 years in formal probation or something. But I presented myself once I completed the DUI classes and all that good stuff. When I learned a lot, you don't have to drink every day to be an alcoholic. I learned that in 2012. And I completed that. And then I actually went to the judge before the 3 years were up. They accepted my, to present myself again about a year and a half before it was time to complete. I asked if I can get a pardon. And I told her I take full responsibility because I'm the one put that alcohol against my mouth and the crack. Well, I didn't do no crack, but I had been clean from crack cocaine since 2005, and I thank God for that. But she granted me early dismissal from that 2011, and life has been great. I moved back to Wisconsin because I used to serve on Skid Row as well for 10 years. And I was collect blankets, food and everything through my church and make sandwiches. I would feed about 75 to 100 people. I did that for 10 years. My daughter and I lived while we lived out there. But moving fast forward, because we got a lot to talk about with others, I moved back here in Wisconsin in 2017. Oh, let me back because I did fill out for a partner in California. They granted me a conditional if I stayed out of trouble 3 years, but I had to move back here to take care of mom because I was her court guardian because everyone else was still doing drugs. And so as I moved back here in 2017, my niece put an idea in my head, Maxine, you've been doing caregiving so long, why don't you start a group home? So God blessed me with this group home, this is the group home. Take you for a quick tour here. If y'all can see that, this is the group home. I moved back here to take care of my mom, and God opened the door for me to start my business here. And I have 2 residents. Forgive the desk, it's always something on that. This is the kitchen. This is one of the bedrooms here. That bed is available. I got Linda in here, but this is Lucas. Then I have the upstairs license as well, but this possession right here is keeping me bound. And like I said, I did it. And I just noticed I paid my restitution for this Portage County. And I just noticed Governor Everett's name is on top. And I paid it in 2019. Everything is done. When I was in Long Beach, California, I graduated with my human services. Whoever thought I would graduate? I dropped out of high school in the 9th grade. If I didn't have weed to smoke, I wouldn't go. And here's my 2 licenses for the facility, one here, one downstairs, upstairs rather. I'm trying to talk super fast, but because I know you have a lot. Again.
No, I think what I'll do, Maxine, if you don't mind, I'll open up for questions because you were thorough in your application and presentation. One, how long have you been sober?
I've been sober since 2005 of August. And I'll never forget, I smoked crack that night. And I looked at my daughter and I said, come on, let's go to bed. And I went in there and we fell asleep. And I woke up the next day. God told me to pick up the Yellow Pages. That's when Yellow Pages was popping then. Hey, but I called Milwaukee Rescue Mission. And I said, my husband has beat me. I've been smoking crack, and I have a 9-year-old daughter, which I lied about that part. I didn't have a husband beating me. But she said, come, can you get here? I said, yeah. I didn't have a dime to my name. My daughter had been saving pennies for a puppy foundation since she was 2. And there was a pick and save on 17th and National. Her and I took those pennies to pick and save. We got $1 or something. And that's how we started our journey with her pennies. And I tell her today, you are a part of my testimony. You know, I started my clean process with those pennies. We moved into the rescue mission for 30 days. I got out and I moved to California 2 weeks later with $135 worth of food stamps in my pocket. And the journey has been great. I mean, I can't say anymore. It's just, I would like to depart from this case. This is the old Maxine, and I don't judge. I have one resident here. He's an alcoholic, but I tell you, he came here in February. Lucas, I'm sharing about you. If you want to come introduce yourself, you can. Come say hi for me, Lucas, if y'all don't mind. But he goes to church with me every Sunday, Bible study. And then I want to say, got married in June, lost mama in June to lung cancer. 2 weeks later, I found out I have cancer. But hey, God is good. So stage 3 colon cancer. And I'm glad you said that I can end this at 11. I got to see my cancer doctor at St. Luke's at 11 a.m.
Yeah.
So I'm going to disappear like Genie in a minute.
Yeah.
But hey, and I encourages him, because he woke up at 6 o'clock this morning and he was like, he had a dream. He found some crack in it. And I jumped up. As when I'm working in a group home, I don't roll over to 7:30, 8:30. Hey, y'all do what y'all want. But I see you. But anywho, we prayed. We read scriptures from 6 or 7 something in the morning to 9 or so yesterday. But I try to encourage. I don't knock anybody if they still doing it, but I know what I can't do.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. But
thanks, Ms. Cook. And yeah, sorry to hear about it, but glad sounds like you're getting some good care. Questions from the board? You preempted us on many questions. So Ms. Cook, feel free to jump off now, because want you to get to your appointment and everything. Hope everything goes well with your treatment and everything, but I'm sure it will. You seem more than resilient. So thank you for your time and your candor. You'll hear from us in about a month or 2, but hope you have a good day.
Thank you, and good luck to everyone. Be blessed.
Thank you. All right, let me see, we're gonna try once again for Rodriguez Roach. There we go. Are you there, Rodriguez?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Well, no, thanks for joining us. So I want you to start off by explaining to me how you ended up with your felony conviction back in 2003.
Okay, back in 2003, I had drugs in my possession. I had just kind of started out calling myself trying to sell drugs. And I was attempting to enter my father's apartment building. I pretty much was just trying to go with the fads. I mean, things I had seen. You know, I was younger back then. I was kind of glorified by seeing the things that like guys who sold drugs and stuff had, and, you know, and things like that. But I didn't know the actual repercussions behind what I was attempting to do. So like I say, I had drugs on my possession. I was entering my father's apartment building. I was going to his house. It was someone there who wanted drugs or was supposed to have. And as I entered, there were police officers already there. They pulled me into the apartment. They found the drugs on me. I was arrested. you know. Let me see. Pretty much, I mean, that's how I became a felon, or caught my drug case. And since then, I mean, it was like I say, it was like a foolish mistake. It was like I want to live in a world where I didn't belong. But since then, I haven't been in any more trouble with drugs or anything else. So, I just kind of want to, if possible, be able to get this off my record, be able to move on my life and obtain better jobs. And, I actually even had to tell my son that I was a felon. I have a 10-year-old son. And, it was kind of embarrassing, but then I felt like he kind of needs to know, because it's like, the real world. And when you do bad things, this, some of the stuff that you deal with behind it, so that he will grow up and not make the same foolish mistakes I did. And
How did your sentence go?
my sentence, I ended up receiving 2.5 years probation that I completed. I got 3 months work release. Ended up getting 3 months work release, and I completed that as well. And like I said, that was it. Since then, I've worked lots of different jobs. I had a transportation company I was part of for a while. I did that. I've done a lot. It's been so long ago. Honestly, some of it's kind of like foggy to me. And then, as far as the drug case, I kind of like blocked it from my memory. Like, I just try to just do right. But it's definitely, always used as a reminder.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Questions from the board? All right. Well, thanks, Vegas. I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving next week, and thank you for sharing your story with us. And you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process.
Okay. Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Hear me out. All right.
Take care.
Bye. Bye.
All right. We will. I think like we still don't have Mr. Rogers. All right. So we will next. Richard Kopus. So Rich, looks like you've been waiting there patiently. So if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and unmuting yourself. All right, well, thanks, Mr. Kopus. You've seen how this works. So if you could start off with by explaining how you ended up with your felony conviction 2003, what happened with your sentence, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Yes, in 2003, I had made terrible decisions. A very good friend of mine was dating a drug dealer and out of Milwaukee area, and I'd seen that there was a very easy way to make very fast money, and so I wanted to partake into that. And it was a terrible decision. I wish I had never done it. However, I had successfully completed. I did 6 months in county jail from doing that. I had probation as well. Successfully completed that. I paid back the restitution that I had at that time as well. I did everything that I could without any violations. I had no choice but to grow up very fast as a young adult. With that on, having to experience what I had experienced. Since then, I own a very successful construction company. I own 4 commercial buildings that I rent out. And I maintain in bettering my future every single day. I love my family and friends, my children. They mean the world to me.
Questions from the board? Jerry?
Did you know he had a really positive letter from the district attorney in Vernon County?
Yes,
And how did that make you feel?
very honored. Yep,
And you still live in Vernon County, which is where you had this case, right?
correct. Yep,
Thanks.
yep.
All right. Well, thanks, Rich, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of today's process, but hope you have a good day.
All right. Thank you very much for your
Thank
time.
you. All right. Next, we will be hearing from Alonzo Payne.
Yes.
Welcome, Mr. Payne. Thank you for waiting patiently. You've seen how this works, so if you can start off by explaining how you end up with your felony conviction, how your sentence went, and what's happened since then. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. On January 20th, 1992, I was sitting in the parking lot with a friend, a convenience store, smoking marijuana. Another associate I know knocked on the window and asked, can he buy some marijuana? I told him to get in the vehicle. He got in with a lady I've never seen before. They purchased $30 of marijuana and got out. I never saw the lady again. On January 27th, 1992, on a Friday at 3 p.m., I was paged to the office at my job. I've been on my job for 8 years, and I'm never paged to the personnel office. So when I go in the office, I look at my HR director, and she looked terrified. Well, when I walked in, 2 detectives jumped out from behind the door and arrested me for delivery of THC marijuana. First time ever been arrested as a juvenile back then, never been arrested as a juvenile, first time been arrested as an adult. I sat in jail that weekend, longest weekend ever in my life. After getting out of jail, I hired an attorney. After going to court on March 27th, 1992, I was sentenced to 18-month state prison time, 60 days in jail, 40 hours of community service, 3 years probation, $980 fine. I paid the fine in less than a year. I got off probation less than 3 years. Once again, I was 25 years old at the time. I'm 56. This was 31 years ago. Since then, I have a degree in sales and marketing, a degree in human service. I raised 12 kids, 1 with a PhD, 4 with master's degrees, 7 with bachelor's degrees, 3 with associate degrees, 11 high school graduate, 1 freshman who received straight A's and want to be a doctor right now at Racine Case High School. I have 30 years of Racine youth sports coach, 20 years scholarship coordinator. I run a summer league basketball. I work with United Way of Racine County as a community investment. I have 30 years at the YMCA for Racine Scholarship. I ran a Gus Macker basketball program. I sat on the City of Racine Police Reform Project. I'm also, or was a member of the Racine Vocational Ministry. And I have 23 years now at Racine County working at the Workforce Development Center, and I'm still there. I'm a 20-year member of Jesus Alive Ministry, and I'm married to a beautiful lady for 20 years. Why do I want the pardon off? I want the pardon because I want my kids and the children that I work with in the community to see that although I made a mistake in the past, I am now on the right track. I also want them to see that the system is one that allows you and people to learn and grow for. I remember applying for a teacher job. I got hired and they realized I was a felon and they let me go. They told me I can volunteer and work as a teacher, but they couldn't hire me as one. So the felony prevent me from doing that. Another important reason is my son is a policeman for the Kenosha Police Department. He asks me every year to go and apply to get a pardon so I can go hunting with him. And I told him, and he knows I can't be around guns. So when my son get off work from being at the Kenosha Police Department to check on me, he make it his business to go home to lock his gun up so I'm not around it and I'm not in trouble for that. I want to one day be able to tell my son, you can come straight over after you get off your shift. You don't have to go secure your gun or any of that. And he always asks me when I get a pardon, they'll be able to go to the shooting range so I can practice with him. So those are some of the reasons why I want to eliminate my pardon. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Payne. Well, in the words of the governor, holy moly, that's a lot of degrees. No, that's remarkable. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Payne, you got a really positive letter from the DA in Racine County. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel great to know that Trisha believes in me and she know all the good work and all the good things I'm doing in the community is not going unrecognized.
Thanks.
Mr. Payne, so with all the remarkable achievements you've done over the last 30 years, I'm struck by the fact that you didn't submit any letters of support with your application. They're not required, but they are encouraged. And it would seem, given everything you just detailed, that you wouldn't have had any trouble getting letters of support if you'd asked for them. Is there a reason you didn't ask for them?
No, Trisha, when she did the letter of recommendation, told me that should be good, I guess. And I just felt I was just going to sit it in and just hand in everything I had. But you're right. With all the different people I'm in touch with and boards I sit on, I could have provided another 50 letters. But Trisha, kind of talking with her, I felt that would be suffice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, well, thanks, Mr. Payne, for appearing before us and sharing your story with us. And like as you've heard me say multiple times, you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome, but hope you have a wonderful weekend and a good Thanksgiving.
Thank you very much. And thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, we are running a little fast today, and because of that, and we still haven't heard from Mr. Rogers yet. We can't jump ahead because this is an open meeting, and so we have to stick to our schedule. So we will reconvene as a board. We'll keep Jeff. Oh, you're muted, Jeff.
Sorry, what happened to Yvette Hernandez? Or did I miss something?
I don't have her on the notice for the 8:30 session.
Oh, she's on mine.
That was an earlier version.
Yeah, we had to
that's
change.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
okay. All right.
Nope. Thanks for asking. It's good to.
Thank you.
Jeff, are you accusing me of maybe making a mistake once?
No, I was accusing myself of.
No, we'll reconvene here. So board, if you could hop back on in 30 minutes at 9:55. We'll get started with the 10 a.m. session. Mr. Tribble and Mr. Brooks, hang tight. We'll be back on in 30 minutes. So thanks, everybody. All right. Good morning, everybody. We will get started in 3 minutes. Thanks.
Hello?
I will get started in just a few minutes. Thanks.
Okay.
All right. Welcome, everybody. My name is Ryan Nelsonstone, and I'm chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. We are going to get started with our 10 to 11:30 a.m. Applicants. So this is the November 18th, 2022 hearing of the board. I'm going to go through a few housekeeping items, and then we are going to jump right into things. So first and foremost, please be aware that we are live streaming this on YouTube and Wisconsin Eye, which is Wisconsin's version of C-SPAN. Therefore, please keep your cameras off and keep yourself muted until it's your turn to speak. I will be calling you up in the order in which you are listed on the open meeting notice for today. So we'll start with Quantrell, Mario, Dwight, Donora, Ramiro, Vincent, Daniel, Timothy, Samuel, and then Christina. When I call you up, please turn your camera on and unmute yourself. You can do so by clicking on the little icons in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, the little camera icon for your camera and the microphone for your microphone. You will have about 5 to 7 minutes in order to answer the questions that we sent you. As a reminder, we want to hear how you ended up with your felony conviction. I want to hear I language. I did this, I did that. This is not a chance for you to minimize what you did. We want you to take responsibility, and we want to know exactly what you did. You didn't just catch a felony. There is something more to it. After you explain how you received, why you were convicted of a felony, we want to hear about your sentence, how it went, whether you successfully completed it, whether you revoked, etc. After that, we want to hear what you've done since then in order to earn a chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. After we hear from you, I'm going to open it up to questions from the board. We may or may not have questions for you. Don't read too much into it one way or the other if we do have questions. Sometimes your application is thorough and straightforward, so we won't have any questions for you. Other times we're interested in certain areas and we'll follow up with you. After you get done answering questions, sign off. There's no need to stay on for the remainder of the hearing. After we get through this morning's applicants, we will then go into closed session. During that closed session, we will be making recommendations to Governor Evers on who should receive a pardon. If you receive majority support from the board members present, your application will go to Governor Evers for a final decision. If you don't receive majority support, or if Governor Evers gets your application and rejects it, your application will be denied and you will receive a denial letter from the governor's office or from the pardon board in about a month or two from today's date. Similarly, if you are granted a pardon, you'll receive that in about a month or two as well. If you are denied, you can reapply for a pardon within 18 months of the date of the denial letter. And I'm just going to do a quick round of introductions and then we will jump right into this. So In addition to myself, we have Judge Jeff Kremers. Jeff is a retired judge from Milwaukee County Circuit Court. We have Nadia Perez Reyes, who is the former public defender and is now with the Wisconsin Department of Children and Families. We have Reverend John McVicker, who is a pastor in Milwaukee. We have Anthony Cooper, who does offender reentry with the Nehemiah Project, or with the Nehemiah Center here in Madison. And last but not least, we have Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project and a former county and state prosecutor. And with that, we will see if we have Quantrell Bounds. So Quantrell, if you're on. And just one last thing, if we do have an issue with getting you on, whether it's with audio or video, what I do is I just jump to the next applicant. We will follow up with you until we get IT worked out. So you might get a call from the governor's office if we run into any issues. So try once again for Quantrell.
Yes.
All right, there you are. So let's see if we can get your camera going. There we go. All right. Mr. Bounds, you heard my spiel. What I want to hear from you again is just how you ended up with your felony conviction back in 1999, how your sentence went, what you've done since then, or a chance to receive a pardon. So go ahead.
So, well, in 1999, before I caught the felony conviction, I was doing a lot of stuff in the streets. So I end up calling, trying to sell drugs. I was young, didn't have no work skills. So I ended up catching a felony. I got like a 2-year sentence. No, it was a 60-day sentence with 2 years probation. I completed all the programs, never got revocated, never got in trouble again. It's been like 23 years since I caught this felony. So once I got out, I went to MATC and took Mason Brickland. And I found a construction job. I had worked that job for like 6-7 years before I got hired on with the city of Milwaukee. I worked for them for 6 years to recently, just last August, I resigned because my mother is elderly. And my sister passed in March and she was staying with my mom, taking care of the day-to-day. So I resigned from the city to pretty much help take care of my mom. But at the same time, I started another training program, machine operator. The city of Milwaukee, like in the wintertime, a lot of they jobs is mandatory when you snow plowing and you working all different types of hours. And the way it's structured right now to help my mom out, I got to be on a consistent time. So I just been working, staying out of trouble. I didn't have kids back then. I got 3 grown kids now. Mm-hmm. It made me grow up and really see that you're supposed to work to earn anything. It ain't no cheating to try to win at life. Mm-hmm. So I've basically been just working, being a parent, and trying to take care of my mom.
That's great. Thanks, Mr. Bounds. Questions from the board? Jeff and then Jerry.
Good morning, sir. So back in 1999, you were dealing drugs, right?
Yes.
And how long had you been doing that?
Probably like a month or 2. It wasn't a long time. I wasn't good at it.
And tell me why, how you got into that.
Just hanging around the neighborhood. It was kind of like the norm in the neighborhood. And you see other friends who making some money, and I thought it was just an easy way to make some money, but it ain't no easy way. Only way is to earn it.
And then my other question is, back in 1993, so even before these felonies, you got a couple of convictions for battery. What were those about?
Young love.
What does that mean?
It was like more of my first girlfriend, my first time ever experiencing love. And then, like when you had problems, it kind of like little splats that went a little further than they should. That's how them came about. It's just like relationship things, not like me
wreaking havoc on no public or nothing like that. It just, you know, your first relationship, trying to figure it out. You know, my dad got sick when I was like 14. So all that going through the stages of becoming a man and learning the rights and the wrongs, I kind of had to do that trial and error. I didn't have nobody like I can talk to, pull you to the side and tell you the do's and the don'ts. So it basically was just me bumping my head and having to learn from that.
Jerry? Oh, you're muted, Jerry.
Mr. Bounds, you mentioned in your application, the Next Door Foundation. What's that?
It's like a community center that help with like find jobs and training, and it's like a school.
Yeah, what did you do?
At the Next Door Foundation?
Yeah.
I just did a little prep work, a little cleaning and assisting the kids to the buses and back and forth.
Okay. And you have 3 kids, right?
I actually got 4.
Okay. And are any of them boys?
Yes, 2 boys and 2 girls.
And what did you teach your sons about young love? And how they should treat women?
It's never a situation that's right for you to put your hands on another person. Everybody got a right to live free and not fear somebody harming them. So if you and a person have a conflict, you got to find a resolution to the conflict without it being physical danger or physical, you know what I mean?
Okay. And we ask the judge, obviously the judge who heard your case is not on the bench, but we asked the court in Milwaukee about your application, and the judge supports your application. How does that make you feel?
Great. That makes me feel great. I work very, very hard, walking a straight line, staying out of trouble, and just trying to live a prosperous, respectful life. And I try to instill the same goals into my kids.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks, Mr. Bounce, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month or 2 in terms of the outcome of the process.
Okay.
But I appreciate your time and hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you. Thank you all for having the time to hear me.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Next, we will be actually going to somebody. We'll see if we have them from the previous session. We had a little scheduling snafu, but Calvin Rogers, are you on? Mr. Rogers? All right, we will try back then. Next, we will go to Mario Burks. So Mario, it looks like you are on. If you wouldn't mind just unmuting yourself, turning your camera on. All right.
Good morning.
Well, thanks. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. So you had the benefit of seeing how the last applicant went. So if you could start off with Mario on just explaining how you ended up with your 2010 felony conviction, what happened with your sentence, and what's been going on since then, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So go ahead.
Okay, well, 2010, I was caught up in a situation from making bad decisions and being around the wrong crowd and following behind people. But I take full responsibility for my choices and decisions. So I had possession of some marijuana, which I had access to, and I had I met a girl that I was interested in, not knowing that she was an officer, and I was just, at that moment, I normally use that for medical purposes, but I was using it, I was getting more involved because I was getting introduced into recreational, I wasn't too familiar with recreational use, but I had got introduced to a recreational use, and I was trying to be involved with a female and smoke with her and try and, get acquainted with her, which was a bad decision, like I say, but I did that. And I say maybe prior 2 weeks to that day that I caught my felon, I had met her, and she had called me and she wanted me to bring her some marijuana, and I had access to it, so I had got me a deal and I took her some, which she wanted more, but I told her I was only able to get a little bit, which I was trying to save one for myself to smoke for my own purpose, because she wasn't trying to be involved, like meet up and smoke with me at that time. So that's what gave me a reason to sell it to her, and I sold it to her, and she was an officer. And then I got caught for serving, manufacturing and delivering THC. And I also had one possession on me, and they found that. So it was like my second or third time having possession on me. And it was like my second time serving an undercover. The first time was like 2006, 2007, with cocaine. I was using cocaine at that moment. I was trying it out, and I was in a drug known area, and the house was kind of involved in drug activity. So at a time that I was getting it, someone else I knew was trying to get it as well, and I was getting it for them, and she had an undercover with her. So I got caught up in that. So that kind of run, I think, concurrent with my reason why why my January 2010 action caused me a felon, because it's like a felon class I. So I got sentenced for um 2 years, maximum term of 2 years imprisonment with credit for 9 days time served. The initial term of confinement in the Wisconsin State Prison System is 1 year. The maximum term of extended supervision is 1 year. So I had like a 2-year stay, and I had to obtain an AODA assessment. Well, everything that I was required to do, I had done, and I walked the papers, and they told me that if I was going to do that, then I had a chance to expunge the charge. So I took forth into trying to do that once I had my opportunity to, and here I am today. So what I have changed since that time, like I don't involve myself. Like if I know I'm in the I don't much walk as much as I did. Now I drive, so I don't much try and be involved in drug known areas or where I may know. Turn off your camera. Include myself there. I try and just stay into a positive route. I don't look into getting into any trouble or having as much available time to get in trouble. I try and stay like on the constructive path and busy, which is how I after getting my GED, which was a requirement while I was on papers, I had jumped right into college, and I went to University of Phoenix, and I was going for business management and entrepreneurship. I didn't complete that program because I had a lot going on. Like I started having children and everything, and I didn't have as much time on my hands as I thought, but I still try and walk through the program and complete it as much as I can. And I got a few credits that I was able to transfer to MATC. And I went to MATC for, I wanted to go for business management as well, but I didn't have too much of no trade on my hand, like no experience. I just had like, as far as work experience, like temp services, I had applied for temp services and did factory work. So I really was interested in having my own business though, and using the skill that I had gained from being incarcerated a few times for my decisions I made. I picked up and learned something out of it. I didn't just take it as it was a time that I was doing and I was trying to get back out and do whatever again. So I basically used the time that I had got and maximize with learning things and reading and looking into what can I do on the outs with what I gained from the experience, positive wise. And well, I took the experience. I got my GED from being required. I jumped into college. I transferred to MATC where I had picked up a trade for automotive maintenance technician, and I graduated 2019 where I had got automotive service excellence certified. I had also got a chance to, I didn't get no high school diploma and have a chance to walk across the stage. So I still walked across the stage and I had got my certificate. So here's a picture. I don't know if you can see me getting my diploma for automotive maintenance technician. And I also received my certificate. So, I mean, I've been trying to stay constructive and keep my mind off of negativity things, or even using a drug for medical purposes, because I got diagnosed 2018 with schizophrenia, and I'm now taking medication for it, so that's been helping me out. I always had the problem, but I was trying to medicate myself because doctors and everything they was giving me medication, but it was like giving me issues and side effects, and I just went about it my own self and used marijuana or cocaine as a self-medication, and I got caught up into some situations and I didn't want to end up in that route no more. So I try and clear myself from serving any. I mean, I'm not going to say I haven't used since then. I have, but I cut myself from being involved in serving it to anyone or being of any help with anyone that's looking for it. I don't know, like if I run into anyone just happen at a store or a gas station, I don't involve myself into it. So I keep my mind focused on my goals, which is finding a location for my business, because I have my own LLC now. So I'm trying to I have children as well that I'm learning a lot in college. I'm a student now, so I'm trying to take what I learned and be able to keep it installed in me and be able to pass it on to my children, although they're learning what they're learning in school.
Thanks, Mr. Burks. No, I really appreciate it. I'm going to open up to the board for questions, but first I just have a question. You had a couple of arrests and convictions in 2015 and 2017. So one was for non-criminal pandering / pimping, one was for non-criminal loitering / prowling, and one was for disorderly conduct. What happened there? What was going on?
I had well, it was, I don't understand. You said for pimping. Was that I had a charge that was I had an escort charge with no license, escorting with no license. I had met a girl on social media and we were supposed to be going somewhere, and I didn't know that she had what she had going on. I just was a ride, but I was more involved with her. Like I like girls, I like women, so I try and be sociable with them and see where they are and see if I can make it with them. That's how I got kids, but it didn't work out. That's how I have more than one baby mother. So long story short, I took her to where I took her, and I was waiting on her for a long time, and someone was telling me to leave because she's probably not going to come back out. And I was with some other people and they were telling me to leave, but I'm like, I don't want to leave her out here. So that was in Waukesha. We was out of town in Milwaukee. So I waited a long time, and then the police came, and then I don't know what her story was or what was really going on with her, but I know that I had got a ticket for escorting without a license or something like that. And
okay,
that's how that went about. In 2017, I was taking medication. My doctor was providing me medication. It was Abilify and some other. I was taking all sorts of medication, and I wasn't in my right mind. So I was just roaming through, and from those, I have record of from that time, I was going to the mental institution, and I was getting out like earlier than what I was supposed to off the medication, and the side effects were just taking over. So I was just like walking around everywhere, and inside me, I wanted help. So I was seeking help sometimes, but I didn't know how to. I wasn't myself, so I didn't know how to communicate. So I was just knocking on doors, like thinking someone would just help me somehow. And I ended up in a situation. I wasn't in my right mind, and I can't even recall what happened, but I know that I ended up getting arrested. And then I walked off because the lady, she was seeming, I remember the lady was seeming hysterical, like I was like going to harm her or something like that. And I'm like, no, I'm not here for that. I'm trying to get help. I couldn't say that, but I know that's where my mind was
Sure.
at. And I just walked off, and already she had called the police or something, but I wasn't trying to do anything to anyone. So I didn't run from the scene. I stuck around the scene because I was still not in my right mind. And I didn't know, I didn't have no sense of direction or where I was. So at the moment, the police got me, they apprehended me, and I don't know what I was chatting to them, but I was just saying some stuff, and then they just arrested me. Then I ended up in a mental institution. But out of all those experiences, now that I'm medicated, like now that I got a whole program that is working with me, like I've been away from that. Like
Good. No,
uh,
thanks, Mr. Burks. I'm glad that things are working out better for you
Yeah.
today and that medication's helping. Really glad to hear that. Other questions from the board? All right. Well, thanks, Mario, for appearing before us. Really appreciate your time and candor. I know this isn't an easy forum to do it, but I hope you have a wonderful day. You'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process.
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Yep, y'all too. Bye-bye.
All right, we are going to, looks like we now have Mr. Rogers. So Kelvin, if you wouldn't mind, just unmuting yourself. And then, yep. And then Kelvin, Jeff Kremers is going to be recusing himself from your case since he presided over one of your cases. So Kelvin, you've seen how this works. So if you can explain to us in terms of how you ended up with your felony convictions, what happened with your sentences, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed. Can you hear me, Kelvin? Kelvin, can you hear me? All right, we will reach out to him again. We'll get back to you, Kelvin. We'll jump to then our next applicant. So we're going to be then hearing from Dwight Kirkendall. So Dwight, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on. Dwight?
Can you
All
hear
right.
me?
Yep, we can hear you. Let's just get your video started. There, I just prompted you so you can just click accept. Otherwise, there's a little icon in the lower left-hand corner of your screen.
Oh, why it's not working? Start my video.
There we go. All right. Well, thanks for
Okay.
joining us, Dwight. You've seen how this goes, but if you could start off with by explaining how you ended up with your 2002 felony conviction, what happened with your sentence, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So go ahead.
Well, I received my conviction is I was hooked on cocaine, alcohol, people I hung around with, mine started off at work with co-workers. There was a couple of people there that was dealing drugs, and I got hooked on cocaine. And so I was selling drugs to support my habit, which I believe was a good thing I got busted because I was heading in a bad direction. I believe I wouldn't be alive today if I wouldn't have got busted for selling drugs. I lost my brother in 2019 from alcohol, and I lost another brother in 2020 from drugs and alcohol. So I look at that could have been me. And I've been sober from the day I was arrested back in 2002. I've been employed since October of 2002. I've been at my job for 21 years. I started off as a regular worker. I've been a supervisor for 11 years now. I have a part-time job at Walmart. I've been there almost a year in December. I've been staying out of trouble, and this is a day I wish my grandfather was here. He passed away in August. You know, this is something he kept pushing me to do, is because he got me into hunting and fishing, outdoor stuff. And once I got that felony, you know, it kind of broke his heart. So I've been trying to, you know, do the right thing since then. Like I said, it was a wake-up call for me.
Thanks. Thanks, Dwight. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Colonel, the judge in Dane County who reviewed your case supports your application. How does that make you feel?
Made me feel really good that he was stuck behind me or beside me. You know, he gave me hope that I can have a chance of having a normal life back.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Jeff?
Just one question, sir. They're not required, but it is encouraged that applicants submit letters of recommendation in support of their application. You didn't submit any letters in support of your application from friends or coworkers or acquaintances, or is there any reason you didn't do that?
My boss asked me that yesterday. I needed a letter or anything. And that's something I overlooked. That was my fault.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Kirkendall, for meeting with us and sharing your story. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. You'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process, but appreciate your time.
Thank you. You have a good weekend too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank everyone for being there.
Thank you.
Hello.
All right. Mr. Rogers, can you hear us now?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, we can. All right. Well, glad we got that sorted out. It's always
right.
Don't feel bad. This always happens at least
right. It's okay.
2 times. So, so what I want you to start off with, Mr. Rogers, is just, you know, explain in terms of how you ended up with your felony convictions, what happened with your sentences, and what's happened since then that you think has made you earn a chance to receive a pardon from the governor. So go ahead.
All right. Well, when I was young, you know, I had made the wrong decisions, falling behind the wrong people. And, you know, I was just looking at the fast life of things and just trying to find a way just to try to earn money to try to support and make sure I got clothes and stuff like that, because I really didn't have too much of a support system. But during that time, over the years, as I got incarcerated and did time and I took classes and everything, it gave me enough time to sit back and think about my future and what I really wanted in life. So after my incarceration, I had made the right decision to not go back and repeat the same things that I did, knowing that I have kids and grandchildren now. So my options was to be a better person and try to make right decisions for my family and also for myself. So I've been out, I've been working 2 jobs, which I work for Next Step, which I deal with clients. And the next job I have, I work for Highlander, which is a home health care services that I get patients for. And I go around and I help them take care of their needs, cook, clean, and stuff in that order. So, I feel like over the years, the last 20 years, I haven't been in trouble. I haven't had any new cases. I haven't had any new charges. I haven't had anything wrong. All I've been doing is just trying to do what's right and stay out of trouble and just be there for me and my family. And
How many?
go
ahead.
And I basically been trying to work on opening my own business, which I was trying to do transportation and also do the extra home care, which is get my own patients. And I should be going around from houses to houses to take care of all of their personal needs.
Okay. How many kids do you have, Mr. Rogers? And you're also a grand.
Yes, I have one
right?
daughter. Yes, I have one daughter who's 24 and she has 3 kids, which is
Okay.
5, 3, and 2.
Okay. So they're busy.
Yeah, so I'm trying to do everything I could possibly do to try to be a better role model for them. So when they grow up and get older, they can try to follow my footsteps and make sure that they do the right thing that'll lead down to their kids in the future.
Yep, absolutely. Questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Rogers, for appearing before us. You've heard me say it before, but you'll hear from us in about a month or 2 in terms of the outcome of the process, but hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right. Next, we'll hear from Donna Nora Stadler. So let's see. Yep, there we go. All right. Well, thanks, Ms. Sadler, for appearing before us. You've seen how this works. So if you could start off with in terms of explaining how you ended up with your 1997 felony conviction, what happened with your sentence, and why you think you earned the chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Thank you. I actually was a single parent raising 2 kids, and I was receiving food stamps. And in the meantime, I was getting some child support, and I did not report child support. So I've got the conviction. I ended up having to do restitution. I had to do 30 days in jail and court costs. Excuse me. And I haven't done anything ever since, and I've been staying out of trouble, and I don't know.
Ms. Stadler, do you possess any firearms?
No, I do not.
Okay. Have you ever purchased any firearms?
No, I have not.
Okay. The reason why I ask is Wayne your husband?
Yes.
The reason why I
Well, no,
ask is
we're divorced. I'm sorry.
you're
we're
divorced?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry. He
Okay.
was my husband.
And when did you divorce?
Back in 2003.
Okay. The reason why I ask is he has some social media postings of some firearms and saying a birthday present from you. And he had one in 2018, a 50 caliber inline black powder pistol. And then in December 30th of 2016, my birthday present from you, Donna Nora, a Ruger 380. Does that ring any bells? What's the story
Yeah,
there?
I gave him money to purchase the gun. They're not mine. I mean,
Okay,
they're his.
okay. But you gave him the money to purchase
Yes.
it, but he purchased it?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay. Questions from the board? All right, I think I preempted any questions. So thanks,
Okay.
Donna Nora, for appearing before us. You know, I'm going to be a broken record today. You'll hear from us
Yes.
in a month or 2, but hope you have a good turkey day next week.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank
You all
you.
stay well.
Thanks.
Bye now.
All right, next we will hear from Ramiro Corneo.
Hello.
Hi, Ramiro. Just a little bit of housekeeping items first before we start. Judge Jeff Kremers was involved in your case, so he's going to be recusing yourself from any deliberations. So with that, though, if you could start off by just explaining in terms of how you ended up with your 2 felony convictions back in 95 and 98, what's happened since, what happened with your sentence, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Okay, back in 1995, I was charged with delivery of marijuana. That came about because in 95, I'm gonna just look at my notes real quick.
Nope, that's
during
fine.
that time, I was 19, and my current wife and girlfriend at the time was pregnant with my second child. And being young at the time, it was, I was going to school and trying to work to support us. And we were living with my mother-in-law at the time. So I got approached by one of my wives, which is my girlfriend at the time, approached me to see if I can get him some pounds of marijuana, which I was using at the time. So it wasn't too difficult to get the pounds of marijuana from the neighborhood I lived in. So when they approached, her cousin approached me to ask me to buy these pounds. I said, I'll look into it, get back to you. And then about a week later, I was able to locate these pounds of marijuana for him. And I got them from the neighborhood drug dealer that I knew. So he said I could get the pounds, but I would have to return the money to him as soon as we were done with the drug deal. Well, that turned out not so good in my favor, and I ended up selling to an undercover cop. And I was sentenced to 10 months at Huber work release and 3 years state sentence with 200 hours of community service. During that, I did the community service at the Journey House. I rebuilt the basketball racks, equipment racks, cleaned up a lot, around the building, outside, inside, maintenance stuff, because the work I do is construction. So then in 98, I was highly using marijuana because going through the stress of still owing these drug dealers money. They were after me for the money still. And just working a job that, wasn't paying enough still. And it was just hard for me. So I ended up running into a friend of mine that I haven't seen in years. And me and him were caught rolling the joint up in the parked car by some undercover cops that might have been following him for some reason. So they pulled us over, found marijuana in my possession. So I was charged with my second felony conviction because of that. But prior to that, I take full responsibility because I did know it was wrong. And I just thought that, during that time, it was, a lot of money to be made off that deal, which would have helped me out at that time. But I knew it was wrong. I just felt like it was going to be bare minimum of chance of me getting in trouble since he was related to my girlfriend, And that's the price I had to pay. And I'm glad they did happen because I was not going to make it past 21 the way I was going. So and then, as life went on, I ended up working a longer job, 7 years at one job. And then my life changed in 2005. I got approached by a contractor that was in the union, and he asked me if I would like to work for him. I said, absolutely, making triple the amount of money that I was making now to support my 2 sons. And then my wife was pregnant with my other 2 sons, which are twins. So then I was like, yeah, this is great opportunity, to change my life around. So I said, yeah, absolutely. So I went through some drug tests because I ended up quitting smoking marijuana in 2005. I said, I had enough of this. This ain't good for me no more. This, they do randoms where I work. So I took the job. I've been there currently for 18 years. And I did a lot of training, finished my schooling at CEOTS because I'm Native American, which works with MATC, got the GED, got all my training through the union as far as like CPR, scaffold building. I could go on and on. I got a bunch of certifications for construction, but a lot of them was, that changed my life around. And I look back and I'm thankful this did happen to me because it was not going real good. Just that's a part of life, and having to raise 4 boys and explaining reasons why we can't do certain things. Coaching was one of them that I would love to do, but I couldn't do it because of these felonies. It really hurt me one time. They asked me to apply for a little coaching position at the soccer team, and I got denied. So I had to explain to my son, like, I can't do it for certain reasons that your dad did in the past. And I raised 4 fine boys. My sons are 28, 26, and the twins are 21, and they're all doing well, working and finished school. So as far as that, I felt like I achieved my goals in life as a father. And the reason why, I would like to partner is because, I would like to coach again, and I go to the YMCA with my sons. They're highly in demand of like volunteers. I just don't want to get shut down that route. And my mom, when she was alive, she adopted this a child. And now the house is it's empty. Part of us, me and my wife, can't have kids no more. So I would like to do what my mom did and maybe fulfill her dreams of one of us adopting a kid, or even just helping, some kid in need like that. Because like now we're doing so good financially and successful at our jobs, it's just time goes by and the house is empty, man, and it makes it hard to.
Yeah, no.
We raised 4 boys. It's normally loud.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I know. Thanks, Ramiro. I've been growing up in a house with 3 boys. I fully appreciate that. Questions from the board? Well, you did a thorough job. Thanks, Ramiro, for appearing before us. I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving next week. You'll hear from us in about a month or 2 in terms of the outcome of the process, but thanks.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing. I would like to thank the judge, because he could have impacted me worse than what he did as far as my sentencing. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate you guys taking the time to give me, let me give you guys my story.
No, thanks, Ramiro. I'm glad things worked out. Take care.
All right, thanks.
All right. Next, we'll be hearing from Vincent Neal. If we have, there we are. All right, Mr. Neal, you've had the benefit of seeing this a couple of times, so I'm just going to hand things right over to you.
Well, I'd like to say thank y'all for hearing my case, or the pardon, whatever you want to call it. Okay, I got in trouble. We had moved to the projects and I was selling drugs. It was like the coach. It was me though. It was my fault. I did it. I did the time. And when I got out, I did a year in there. And when I got out, it was like my daughter's birthday when I got out, and she wanted the room. So I was a single parent from there on. I never went back to jail. I had a little mishap, but it wasn't it was nothing I'd done. So I kept clean. I haven't been back to jail. I've been driving construction. I've been over the road. I have lost money because I couldn't go across the Canada border, with the semi. So some of the felony blocked me on some of that. But I did pretty good for myself. Like I said, I never went back. I broke my mother hard, and I told her I'd never get in trouble, and I haven't been in 27 years. I think that case been. So I did the single parent thing to one daughter. My baby mother kept the other two. So we, you know, now all the kids grown. Work with the union. I'm off today because of the cold. So I'm just, you know, trying to fix my wrongs. That's why I like to thank y'all for even looking at the case.
Thanks, Mr. Neal. I'll open up to the board for questions. Jerry, and then Jeff.
Mr. Neal, we asked the judge in Milwaukee County and the DA in Milwaukee County now to review your application. And both the judge and the DA who looked at your application support it. How does that make you feel?
That makes me feel great. It makes me feel hopeful. You know, I messed up, and I'm trying to fix it. You know, for real, I could do good. I could do more, cause you see all the ads on there, and I would like to help some of these kids, cause they ain't getting a fair shake. You know what I mean? And I'm in a position that my wife is with me, so she was thinking about it, but if I would have been trying to get on there, it would have just been denied. But if we could get this fixed, we're gonna try and help kids that really need help. Cause I got extra room. I got one extra room that I could use to help somebody.
Thank you.
Jeff?
Good morning, sir. Along the same lines as the question Reverend Hancock just asked you, while it's not required, it is encouraged that applicants submit letters of support from other people, friends, coworkers, people they've come in contact with. And you didn't do that. Is there any particular reason you didn't submit letters in support?
Two kind of reasons I didn't. One, once I got the application, my niece was supposed to give me a letter. She worked in the teacher, dean, whatever you want to call her title. But she didn't give it to me, and I was so antsy to get that in the mail, to be honest. You know what I mean? I was just, you know what I mean? I was anxious. I had the stamp. I had the envelope. It was filled out. I was ready to go. She told me one day she was gonna bring in Dan. You know, she had a grandbaby, and she got busy, and I waited like 2-3 days, and I just couldn't wait no more. That's one of the reasons. And another reason, to be honest, I didn't even want to bring it up to some people. You know what I mean? I could, you know what I mean? If you need them, I could call and have them faxed in from my boss. You know what I mean? We got a great relationship from everybody work at the company if you want. My niece, you know what I mean? I got a lot of people, but I didn't do it once because you don't know what you need until you're filling it out. And once it got filled out, and then, you know what I mean? I didn't want to wait on anybody else. And that might cost me and it might not. I don't know. But if you need some, I will have some for you if that what you need.
No, I was just wondering what your thought process was. And
I was too anxious. I had the steps. It probably had over the steps. You know, I just was ready.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, well, thanks, Mr. Neal, for appearing before us, and you'll hear from us in about a month or two. So I know you're antsy also to get a decision. You'll be hearing soon, but hope you have a wonderful weekend.
I am antsy, and I hope y'all have a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
You know, to all the boys, everybody. Thank y'all for taking the time out. Thank
Great.
you.
Thanks, Mr. Neal.
Bye-bye.
Next, we'll hear from Daniel Gocht. So Daniel, looks like you're on. If you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on. There we go. Well, you've seen how this goes, so I'm just going to hand it straight to you.
I've seen a lot of these videos, and you guys have sent me the link, and I watched that link to check out the procedure and just see how, see how the procedure goes. But I'm Daniel Gauck. Very grateful to be here. I'm honored to have this opportunity to be in front of the board. My parents are watching. They were there with me when I committed my crime 14 years ago, and they were there through that whole process. And it's just it's a testimony to the people in my life and the support, my family, and the people in the 12-step recovery, that I can even be here to have an opportunity to ask for forgiveness, to have some closure from this crime and the shame that comes with that for me and for my family. I started using when I was 15, and it was recreational at first. The progression of my use was fairly quick, and so like I was just getting out of high school at the time, and it had an effect on my grades, had an effect on my relationships, and so between the years of 15 and 19 for me, my use became it took over like all other interests in my life, and I ended up going to rehab in 2008, and then I was in sober living for a little while, both institutions. I was in counseling as well, and they wanted me to go into inpatient and then a halfway house and such, and so I ended up getting kicked out essentially from both of those places. I wasn't following the rules. And then in 6 months or a year's time, the length it took me to get to those type of external consequences, like about 3 years or something. It was only a year or so before I got picked up, May 22nd, 2009. I was under the influence. I was selling drugs for about 6-7 months before that to support my habit. And so, I got picked up in Crivets on Memorial Weekend. It was a Friday. I was unconscious, really driving. So, they saved my life, right? They when I got picked up and brought to jail, essentially law enforcement did what I couldn't, and then that separated me from my using. And so, reading back through the officer's report and reading what had went down, what had transpired, I just thought I was so slick, like I could, somehow lie to the officers that like this wasn't, it wasn't my drugs or whatever the case. I don't know. I just had like this bravado that, deep inside, like I was very afraid and very scared, and I knew that I was doing wrong. But on the outside, like I said, I was driven by my using, and I didn't have the whereabout, thinking about the consequences, and I was really self-centered and just thinking about myself. And so I got sentenced on September 30th, 2009. The judge had taken leniency on me, and I was sentenced to probation with completion of AODA and restitution. And so I did all those things, and I was released from supervision on September 30th, 2011. From 2011, my clean date, I chose my clean date, January 4th of 2015. So in between 2011 and 2015, as a young man, 21 at the time, 2021, I was really like impacted by the felony and impacted by the way that I lived my life through those 4 years of using. And, you know, I was supposed to go to, right, do my treatment while I was on supervision and go to 12-step recovery. And I did those things, but I never fully embraced, you know, like the 12 steps, never fully embraced the program of service, you know, getting involved, helping other addicts and all that stuff. I just kind of did that because I was told to do it, and it planted the seeds, but I never fully embraced that until, you know, January 4th, 2015. And so like that period of time between 2011 and 2015, I was kind of lost, and I was affected by that felony. That I thought in my mind that, right, because I know that there's no discrimination laws and all that stuff, but I just know like the reality is you go to get a job, you have to disclose this thing, and if I have like the merit and the character, like I'm going to be weighted against other people of the same merit and character, and that like that felony would be the deciding factor. And so like I really had it in my mind that, you know, like I'd be working at this job, which I, you know, got a job working at Filtration Concepts. One of my character references is from the my boss there, that I'd be working there for the rest of my life. And so like that 4 years, I had my hands, I tried my hand at college a couple times, NWTC and UWGB at the time, and I just really couldn't land. I didn't know what my purpose was. And so like I threw myself at work, and I kind of became like a workaholic and used that to, you know, fill that void that later on I know that I needed, you know, 12-step recovery and ultimately like my higher power and stuff like that. But so like, right, I was searching for purpose, and I stayed in contact with the program, and I kept going to meetings, and I got a sponsor in 2014. He's still my sponsor, and one of those letters, Bruce, is from him. So we've been together now 10, 11 years. And he has suggested, right, like, you're on the fence, Dan, you know, like, get off the fence. And so I drug my feet on that, but then eventually I did, and I started to go to meetings more regularly. I started to work the steps, like the steps, right, they're not something on the wall. It's something I need to apply to my life and start to live. And so I really started to heal, right, and started to take accountability and clear some of that wreckage that I had caused when I was 15 to 19 years old, and start to really heal from some childhood trauma that I had too growing up. And really my life took off after that. I got involved, like, right, I continued to go to meetings. I'm involved in Bible study. I'm a sponsor myself. I have a sponsor. I continue to work the 12 steps in recovery. In 12-step recovery, they have like a service structure, and you can get involved where they have like committees and subcommittees where they put on activities, and we go in and we share our story. And for me, like, being involved in these committees and being involved in putting on activities for people to show that they could, you know, get clean, stay clean, and have fun, sober. That's really like the medicine for me. That's really where I thrive, and I love to give back. And today, like, I live a life of service. And so like I have, I go and I share my story and hold meetings at various institutions and treatment centers. And I have a list when I was living in Green Bay. So like I moved from Wasaki, right, out of my parents' basement to Green Bay. And that's where like I got heavily involved in 12-step recovery, and now I reside in Sheboygan. And so like we would go into prison, jail, Brown County Jail, Brown County Huber. I'm approved to go into the state prisons, which we had to take a break on that because of COVID, and I know like soon we'll start to be able to go back in there.
I'm going to jump in just to open up for questions, Daniel. You've been very thorough, and I appreciate it. Questions from the board?
Oh, can I just really quick?
Yeah,
why I want to pardon?
Yeah.
I want to pardon because like I have this amends list, right? And that's on my list.
Mhm.
I'm here. This is the type of man I am today. Like, I want to clear up the wreckage of my past, and I want to, you know, I want to ask for forgiveness, to close this chapter in my life for me, for my parents. And ultimately, I have 30 years left to work. I've been able to show through my character and my integrity, right, and been able to get jobs and stuff like that. But I know that the farther that I climb, that it's, you know, stacked up, that people will see that. And I also, like, right, I'm financially stable today, and I'd like to travel. I know that there's a hindrance to that in certain countries, especially Canada, that for travel purposes. And then, right, so like, right, giving back through the recovery and speaking at certain places. I really want to be able to, like, expand that and speak at schools. And I don't want, right, like, it'd be cool, right, victory, like, it'd be an accomplishment, add accomplishment, to show that, like, anybody, right, even those, like, there's a second chance, and that anybody can recover and ask for forgiveness. So yeah, with that, I'll
Great. No,
pass.
thanks, Daniel. And no, thanks, Daniel, and congratulations on your sobriety. That's a huge, huge, huge accomplishment. I hope you and your family have a wonderful Thanksgiving. You'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process, but thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thanks. All right, next we will be hearing from Timothy Hinkie. So there we go, Timothy. Well, you've seen how this works, so please proceed.
All right. First, I'd like to thank the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board for the opportunity. My name is Tim Hinkie. I'm 39 years old. I have a wife and almost a 4-year-old daughter. So next month she'll turn 4. For my job, I'm a student success advisor at NTC for the nursing program. So the crime in which I'm seeking a pardon for is second-degree recklessly endangering safety. I committed this crime. It was November 20th, 2005. Circumstances surrounding the crime, it was the night before. So it was November 19th, 2005. It was opening gun deer season then. So it was roughly 17 years ago, actually, ironically. After a long day of hunting, I met some friends at a bar. But prior to going to the bar, I was drinking with my buddies at the hunting shack after, you know, the hunting day was over with. That was really the start of my bad decisions. The night at the bar was uneventful. But before bar closed, a friend of mine that I had worked with, he showed up at the bar. He was stressed out about something. I wanted to talk to him about it. So I followed him outside and we went on the sidewalk. He was crying. He mentioned that one of his friends was involved in a car accident and he was, you know, freaking out about it. I offered to take him home. He was too upset. He wanted to walk. As I tried to change his mind, he had got more upset and he pushed me down in an alley. Then he walked off. I eventually got back in my truck, go home. And, you know, at this time, I remember I was definitely pretty drunk. I shouldn't have been driving. As I headed home in my truck, I came to a bridge and I saw my friend walking along the sidewalk. I had stopped my truck, rolled down the window. I yelled for him to get in. He refused and he told me to get lost. At this time, he was close to my vehicle, kicking my tires. And, at that time, I remember speeding away from and running him over. The moment in time I committed that crime. So that was really the moment. I should have known where he was, as I sped away. I heard him go under my truck. I remember thinking that I killed him. As I saw him in the rear view mirror, laying on the ground, I was scared what I had done. So at that time, I panicked and drove away as fast as I could and went to my dad's house, in the middle, would have been 3:30 in the morning. Woke him up. I explained to what I'd done. He convinced me that to go in to the police station where he drove me, and that's where I was arrested. My sentence consisted 9 months jail time and 3 years probation. I was ordered to pay $10,000 in dollars of restitution to at the time it was my friend. It took me a long time to pay the restitution in full, so I remained on probation during that time. Since my conviction, though, I've forth many years of effort towards my education to better myself. I actually had I wanted to go in the military, but with a felony that was, and that wasn't possible. And I wasn't working at the time because of our economy had tanked. So going to school was kind of my only option at that point. So in 2010, I earned my HSED from NTC. The next spring, 2011, I enrolled myself into college in the business management program. After about a year, I changed programs to the marketing business to business. And then in 2014, May, I earned my associate's degree with a GPA of 3.4. During my time at NTC, I was also in extracurriculars. I did Collegiate DECA, which is a marketing club. I did Student Government Association. For the DECA, I served as president of the club, and I actually attended state and national competitions. In my 3 years of competing, I was national competitions twice. I placed in the top 10 in nationals in marketing management. And I placed first place in state category for entrepreneurship. So those are some things I'm, very proud of. During my year in student government, I served as the president. So with these extracurriculars and doing well in school, I earned Outstanding Graduate Award in Marketing, Business to Business. So I started working at NTC pretty much right after graduation. In the one stop is what we call it. It was the front staff. Essentially, it's the where you would start. In spring 2016, I enrolled in the marketing program at Upper Iowa University while I was working at NTC full time, and then I graduated in 2019 with my bachelor's in marketing, and I had a GPA of 3.0. There's several reasons why I'd want to ask for a pardon. First reason is related to my professional career. I currently am, I'm a student success advisor at NTC, and for the last 8 years, I'm really fortunate that they took the chance to hire me with my background. I'm blessed. In 2014, they didn't hold it against me, and they see the actual person they were hiring versus a criminal record from 2007. Although I do wish to work at NTC until I retire, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what the future holds, especially in today's world, post-pandemic. So I'm not sure if this will be my last job until retirement. So if I end up leaving the college, I'm just, I don't want a felony hold me back from future employment opportunities. I'm not sure if other employers would, see past my record the way NTC did. Another reason is I'm asking for a pardon is so I can hunt with a firearm again. I grew up in a long time hunting tradition with my family, and I'd like to keep it going. I'm still a hunter as far as, I bow hunt, and that's kind of, strictly all I do now. But, hunting is a part of me. It's kind of who I am. It was kind of how I was, raised, in my family. So it actually broke my grandfather's heart when I couldn't hunt with him anymore with the rifle. So that's something I've had to live with for a while. And that's my responsibility. So. But lastly, I'd like the opportunity for a pardon for my family, and especially my daughter. For many years, I felt like a second-rate citizen because of my crime. there will be a day where I'm going to have to explain to her my past and what I've learned from it. And I hope to explain to her that with hard work and you can see things through, and there are some things you can come back from, even some of the worst things.
Great. Thanks, Timothy. Questions from the board? Jerry?
A couple of questions. Have you had any contact with the victim since the night of the accident?
I actually still worked with him at the time, so it was kind of unusual when he had come back, when he had, recovered from his injuries. He came back and worked, and we did work together. So that was contact. It was, there wasn't much from that, but then he eventually, left that place, and I left that place, and after that we kind of hadn't had any contact. Through social media, I think he had exchanged some things with me. But last I had heard, he'd moved to a different state working. So it's just, I'm not sure where he is today.
Okay. And let me ask you about the night of the accident. You say that you had pulled over because you were concerned about your friend, and then you run over him and leave him in the middle of the street, thinking even that you may have killed him, and he's seriously injured. So what changed between your wanting to help him and your abandoning him in the middle of the street? What changed in that moment?
Well, I feel like I had killed him at the time. When he went under the truck, I thought he was dead. And that's where a panic would have been in, where I just wanted to run away from the problem and get away from there. It wasn't the right thing to do. I should have stopped. I should have called the police. I should have called 911. I should have done all those things, and I didn't. I ran away. And, I ran to my dad, and lucky that he's still alive. There were so many things I should have done differently at that time, but I didn't.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Well, thanks, Mr. Hinkie, for appearing before us. You've heard me say it a couple of times. You'll hear from us in a month or two in terms of outcome, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we'll hear from Samuel Tribble. So, Mr. Tribble, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and unmuting yourself. All right. Well, you've seen how this. Hello. You've seen how this works. So, if you could, talk to us about your felony conviction and your misdemeanor from 1997, and how your sentence went, and why you think you should receive a pardon. So please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Back in 1997, I was out drinking and smoking marijuana at a friend's birthday party, and we wound up getting into it, and I took off and left. And on the way home, I got stopped by the police because someone said I had pulled a gun on them. And that was part of a bad decision that I made to unlawfully carry a concealed weapon. And that bad decision still lingers over me today. It's a decision that I would really like to put behind me. I was sentenced to 3 years probation. I completed my sentence, but I do still have to answer the questions on applications for jobs and housings and other things, as far as have I ever been convicted of a felony. And that is kind of embarrassing to me now. It's something that I've been dealing with, my whole life. At that time I was young. I didn't have a lot of positive role models in my life. So I tend to make bad decisions. And for the things that I did in the community, I would like to apologize. Since that time, I've tried to keep positive people in my life and maintain employment. I became a member of the local Lodge of Freemasons, where I did charity work and community things to give back, fundraisers to give scholarships out, things like that. It felt good to be able to be a part of something positive and to not have that people judge me about my past, you know. I think I could benefit from a pardon as far as better job opportunities or advancements, places to live. Like I said, I've been turned down for both, and that doesn't feel good. And especially when you're applying with someone else, and I feel like I was holding other people back, you know. So it just feels like a reminder to me that I'm not worthy of certain things, you know. And I just would like to really put that part of the 17-year-old me behind me for good.
Mhm. Thanks, Mr. Tribble. One question I have for you. I did notice, like, in your background check, it looked like you had some OWI convictions.
Yes.
Can you walk me through there? What was going on? What have you done since then so it doesn't happen again?
Yes. Well, when I was younger, I was, you know, still into partying a lot.
Mhm.
And I did make the decisions at that time to get behind the wheel after drinking, just not really thinking about it too much. Like, I'll be all right. I can make it home. Things like that. Since the convictions, I've gotten my GED, I believe, in 2001, and I've had steady gainful employment. I've been working in warehouses for the past 21 years. Right now, I've been living in Savannah, Georgia for about a year now, and I've been working in a warehouse down here. And as I've gotten older, a lot of the things that I've done in the past, I wish I could change.
Mhm.
I see now that I was a little reckless. And I can remember at my 1997 court case, the prosecutor called me a menace to the community. And that is something that has been branded in my mind. And even when I think about that today, it doesn't feel very good, you know? And so, like I said before, I would really like to take this opportunity to apologize to the community for the things that I did. And I just would really like a chance at redemption.
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Tribble. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Tribble, the judge in Dane County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your application. How does that make you feel?
I'm very happy to hear that. And I'm also blessed that once again, someone sees past, you know, the things that I did, you know, when I was younger.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Tribble, for appearing before us. Hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving next week, and you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of today's process.
All right, thank you. You guys have a good weekend as well.
Thanks, take care. All right, next we'll be hearing from Christina Cunningham. So Christina, thanks for waiting patiently. Oops. There we go. All right. Can you hear me, Christina?
Yes, I can.
All right. Well, thanks for appearing before us. So you've seen how this works.
Yes.
So please proceed.
My name is Christina Cunningham. In a brief description of my conviction, I was criminally charged with theft by misappropriation, and it's due to overbilling. I ran a group facility, child care facility, and due to overbilling, I had received 6 years, 4 years on paper and 2 years inside a state penitentiary. And when I was in there, I worked. I'm a worker, I'm a hard worker. And so I was a janitor in the max facility until they moved me to a low, which was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And then I started working at McDonald's until I got released. Currently now, I am it's called community-based residential facility. So I'm a CBRF caregiver. I have 2 jobs. I work at one location, and then I work at another location for two different entities, but 2 different companies. So I like my job. I have a passion. You have to have a passion to work in this field because they don't pay you a lot of money. I basically, my role, I received my administrator credential. So I'm administrator in the field. And then I also, the job paid for me. And then they also paid for me to be a trainer because like now I kind of feel like nervous, but I got this. I'm a trainer. So I speak and I train other applicants that want to have this career or this certification. I train them, and then I'll be able to put them on the registry to become caregivers as myself. And then I do like yearly continuing education for both locations. And I'm hands-on with the residents, so they appreciate seeing me and knowing that when I'm there, I'm gonna make sure that the needs and the health and the safety for them is met. I really wanna say my background had been discriminated against when I first came home. I had a baby, he has autism, my husband was killed, so it was just like I was just trying to do a lot to get past what I went through because I deserve it. I'm a good person, and I help anybody out I can. I do. And so I was trying to, my auntie she became ill with cancer, so she came here and I was trying to take care of her. Due to my background, they wouldn't pay me to take care of my auntie because they felt like the situation of my crime, that they didn't want to they didn't want me to work, for her. So then I applied for another position, and the lady denied me too. And I'm in management, my credentials, where I can work in the management field. But the lady said no. She hired me and then said, due to your criminal background, we got to let you go. And I was really trying to get my life back on track, trying to take care of my child that's disabled. And so it was hard for me to, get back to that point, of being able, every time even at the job, I couldn't be a supervisor at the beginning because the agency said, no, she'll be dealing with billing and all of that stuff, not giving me a second chance even after my conviction. But I just feel that I do deserve a pardon because I paid the money back. It was $83,000 when I came home. My family had my house, so I still had a house to come home to. So I took the equity out and I paid the money back, all the money back. And then I also did good on supervision, and then I paid, my supervision costs as well. And then anything that happened in my case, I'm truly sorry. Like everything that I did to get me the case, it was all with helping people. And so I learned like in the field now, I'm still going to be a helper, but in the right way of, giving back. So I can say a lot. I hope I gave a brief description of everything, but I just really want an opportunity to, like in this field, like I work with a lot of MCOs. Those are care, like family care, community care. I work with these case managers and they say, you're so good. You handle this business as it was your own. You should open your own. And so that I keep hearing that, and then I got the credentials to do. And I also, when I met the second boss, he was trying to operate a facility, and they had one more shot, and they said, well, one of the people who work at the facility asked me to help him. So I looked at his paperwork, and I got it together where he got open. So once he got open, he really wasn't knowledgeable of the company. So he said, hey, can you come and help me to run a company? He wasn't paying a lot of money, but I just wanted to help him to succeed because I helped him get that far. And now he's got a regular license, and he has a nice clientele. And I just feel like I just want to keep being able to be a part of, a good background and helping people where nobody not frowning on me for, my past.
Thanks, Christina. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Yeah, good morning. So can you tell me how the overbilling happened?
So it goes like, like we don't have a contract with the county, but the parents do. And so you have like parents who really not like, they work and don't work. And then you get the kids. So then now they don't have a job no more. So you've been billing for these kids, and then they go and say, oh, my kids didn't come. I wasn't working. And so when it all boiled down to it, like I don't really know. Like I do know how it came about with the overbilling, because the kids came and we said that we signed them in. But when these parents, they come to these parents and they say, well, you gonna get in trouble. You gonna say, and then they say that they didn't send the kids, and we billed, and that's where the overbilling came about. But I had staff, and we kept those children. And it's
So
like,
sorry.
Go ahead.
You're saying that as far as you're concerned, your company didn't overbill. It was the parents who weren't honest about how often their kids were at your center.
right. And then something like, I can say that, yes, we did keep those children, but like sometimes like when the kids, like when they sign them in, and then like my staff, because I really honestly was hands on with the company, but not like I need to be. So say it was kind of like like poor bookkeeping, honestly. So then it's like, now when they come back to it, to signing in and signing them up, we sign these slips and it's not matching the bookkeeping. So therefore that's how the overbilling really came into play, because the not proper bookkeeping.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
No. Oh.
All right. Well, thanks, Christine, for appearing before us. Appreciate your time, and you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of today's process. But hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Take care. All right. That concludes our morning sessions. So now we'll be moving in closed session pursuant to WSStat sections 19.85, 1A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning case before the board, considering specific applications, and considering financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Is there a motion? So moved. Second was John. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, we are in closed session. So I'm going to be moving Wisconsinite to the waiting room. All right. Well, welcome everybody. My name is Ryan Elston, and I'm chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board, and this is our afternoon session of the November 18th, 2022 Pardon Advisory Board meeting. So welcome. Thanks for joining us. You folks are actually the last batch of applicants we have for this calendar year. So I'm going to go through a few housekeeping items and then we will jump right into things because we're very much looking forward to hearing from you. So first and foremost, we are live streaming this on both YouTube and Wisconsin Eye, which is Wisconsin's version of C-SPAN, in order to help us, the board members present, hear from you, maintain audio and visual, quality, all that stuff. It's helpful if you mute yourself and turn your camera off until it is your turn to speak. The exception to that is the board members. So you can mute yourself and turn your camera off. There's a little icons in your lower left-hand corner of your screen, one for the camera, one for the microphone. Just tap on that. When I call you up, do the opposite. So turn your camera back on and your audio back on. I'm going to be calling you in the order that you're listed on the open meeting notice for today. So that will start with Deshwana, then Lay, then Jeffrey, Craig, Joshua, Shalonda, Gary, Christian, Leon, and then Andre. When I call you up, you have about 5 to 7 minutes with us to share your story. What we want to hear from you is those answers to those questions that the governor's office sent to you. So in short, we want to hear how you ended up with your felony conviction. We want to hear I statements. I did this, I did that. We don't want to hear I caught a felony or it just so happened or I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. We don't want you to minimize your involvement. We want to know what you actually did. You don't get extra credit points for minimizing, quite the opposite, in fact. The second thing we want to hear from you is what happened with your sentence, how it went, if you did treatment, so on and so forth. And then finally, we want to hear what happened since then and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So again, you have about 5 to 7 minutes. If you start going long, I will cut you off and open it up to the board for questions. We may or may not have questions for you, so don't read too much into it one way or the other. Sometimes it's a very straightforward answer on whether or not we're going to recommend you or not. We don't have questions. Sometimes we really want to dig into things. Sometimes we're just curious. After we're done asking you questions, you sign off. You don't need to stay on here. You can go about enjoying the rest of your day and hopefully your weekend. After we get through all the folks today, we're going to be meeting in closed session as a board, and we'll be voting on whether or not to forward your application to Governor Evers. If you receive majority support from the board members present, that means 3 out of the 5 members present, Governor Evers will receive your application. If you don't receive majority support, you will be denied and you'll get a denial letter from the board and you'll be able to reapply for a pardon within 18 months of the date of that letter. If your application goes to the governor, he gets the final say on whether or not to grant it at that point. If he denies it, you'll get that same denial letter. If he grants you a pardon, you'll get a pardon in the mail. You'll get that denial letter or that pardon in about the next month or two from today's date. So the longest wait was to get here today. I'm going to do a quick round of introductions and then we're going to jump right into things. So we have with us here today, we have Reverend John McVicker. John is a pastor over in Milwaukee. We have Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is a pastor here in Madison, but also director of the Prison Ministry Project and a former prosecutor. We have Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is a former public defender and now with the Wisconsin Department of Children and Families. And last but not least, we have Judge Jeff Kremers, who's a retired judge from Milwaukee. And with that, Deshwana, you look all ready and set to go. So thanks for being our first person ready to go. So Deshwana, again, just as a reminder, what we want to hear is in terms of how you ended up with your felony conviction, what happened with your sentence, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So go ahead. Are you there, Deshwana? Can you hear me? All right, looks like we're having a little bit of audio issues with her. So we will, and that just reminds me, if we do have any audio issues, what we'll do is I just go to the next applicant. Don't panic, we'll reach out. We'll reach out to you and then somebody from the governor's office will give you a call. We'll get the audio worked out and then we'll come back to you. So Deshwana, while we work that out with you, we will next try to go to Lay Lambert.
Oh, Lay Lambert.
Yep. Lay, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. Well, Lay, if you could start off with in terms of explaining your felony conviction, what happened with your sentence and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So go ahead.
First, I take full responsibility for my actions in this incident. As I stated in Section 3, Item 9 of the pardon application, I was associated with Richard J. Davis, who pressured me to become involved, and because I owed him money, I went along. This is a very bad decision on my part. I never entered the marina that was burglarized. I drove the car to a nearby parking lot. As referenced in the Wisconsin State Journal article I included with the application, citizens captured Mr. Davis, the ringleader, and the other person turned himself in. I ran and hid, but was discovered. I had a bench warrant at the time for non-support. The ringleader, Mr. Davis, was sentenced to 5 years in prison. I was sentenced and served 6 months in the Dane County Jail, served concurrently with the non-support charge. After serving this sentence, I was determined never to go to jail again and began working to turn my life around. I worked many low-paying, physically demanding service jobs: school bus driver, mechanic, truck driver, to name a few. I volunteered at the community center close to where I live. I've helped individuals with providing temporary housing in my home, also vehicle repairs, bicycle repairs for friends and the elderly. For several years, I was my mother's caregiver until her death in 2007. I spent a good part of my adult life overcoming alcohol, tobacco, and drug abuse. My scattered employment history reflects the challenges I had overcoming these abuses. In 1992, I finally overcame them. I am very proud of remaining substance-free for the past 30 years. I became vegan, started riding bike as my primary method of transportation, worked to stay healthy, maintain a positive attitude, help others where I can. A brief statement about why I would like a pardon, think I deserve. The pardon would provide broader opportunities for future employment. I have a small monthly fixed income, and with the economy and inflation, I've maintained my CDL license. I may need to supplement my income with work. I'd like to be able to get a passport, possibly do some traveling while I'm still strong and in good health. Finally, I'm not proud of the person I was back then. I've worked hard to right the mistake I made, which included getting healthy mentally and physically. While I take full responsibility for my actions, I believe I've paid my debt and given back to society. I really appreciate your time and attention. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Lambright. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Lambright, the judge in Dane County who reviewed your pardon application supports your application for a pardon. How does that support from the judge make you feel?
That makes me feel very grateful. You know, it's Robert DeChambeau.
No, it's the
Judge. Oh no, Judge Norris Maloney.
No, well, both of those guys are dead.
Right.
But as part of the pardon application, it's sent to the court, the same office that sentenced you, and the current judge reviewed your application.
Okay, now I
and
understand.
it's Judge Highland, and he supports your application.
I'm really grateful to Judge Highland. I didn't know of his name even. I got nervous for a minute. All I could think of was, you know, Robert DeChambeau, and yeah, I'm real grateful to him because, well, he gave me some advice years back. He was the DA though. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I knew both those guys, and they were good guys, and so is Judge Highland.
What I remember about Bob DeChambeau, he said, you know, is a dangerous person to be associating with. And that kind of stuck with me. Said, Robert, you're right. I guess that's a big part of, just that one statement from that man.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, Ms. Limbright, thanks. Mr. Limbright, thanks for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process, but hope you have a good Thanksgiving.
Thank you. You also.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks. All right, we will, let me just. All right, we will next go to Jeffrey Kusick. So Jeffrey, looks like you're on. You've seen how this goes. All right, please proceed.
Good afternoon, and I'm ready. Why did I do these? I was addicted to painkillers since '76 when I was 16, Percocet, and just to fill my addiction. And I did 2 burglaries in '85 and '91, smash and grab, and was addicted to both of them, doing the crime and getting the pills because of the pills. I completed my sentences. I was on probation on both of them. I paid restitution. Everything's paid. And what have I done since then? I clean and sober for 20 years from pain pills and heroin for 8. And I did it on my own, thank God. And I went through terrible times with the withdrawals, but I succeeded and haven't did nothing since. I don't drink. I don't even jaywalk. I go by the book. When you do what's right, nothing can go wrong, basically. And why do I deserve a pardon? Is because of employment, rental, my hunting privileges, the privileges, whatever I can get back. I'm an outdoorsman, snowmobiling, everything. And I want a peace of mind.
Mm-hmm.
And I apologize to the courts, the police department, everybody. I'm ashamed of what I've done, but I've been doing good for 20 some years, and I think that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God.
How long have you been sober now, Jeff?
About 20 years, maybe 21.
Congratulations. That's a big accomplishment. Questions from the board? All right. Well, thanks, Jeff, for appearing before us. You heard me just say it, but you'll hear about the outcome of this process in about a month or two. But appreciate your time and sharing your story, and hope you have a good weekend.
I'd like to thank you guys for what you're doing. And if there's anything I can do for anybody to help people in prison with my story, it's better than a movie. We ain't got the time to get into it.
Sounds good. Thanks, Mr. Kusick. All right.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Craig Sanders. All right, Mr. Sanders, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself.
Can you hear me? Okay.
All right. Well, now is your opportunity, so please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon to the board, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. My name is Craig Anthony Sanders. I committed theft by forgery from M&I Data Services, for whom I worked. I stole some money orders that did not belong to me. I cashed the money orders, and I knew it was wrong. I knew right from wrong, so I don't really have any circumstances to relate it to, because I've been knowing right from wrong since I was 3 years old. So I did something wrong. And one night I didn't receive my paycheck, so I knew that they knew that I had did something. And the security guard knew my wife, who was like 16 years older than me. And he told me to tell him the truth, and he let me walk out. But I knew that the state was going to charge me, and I was given probation. And the weird thing about it was, I had to put that on my applications. I've been gainfully employed ever since 1988, since I was charged. And thank God that I think being honest just helped me remain gainfully employed. I was told I'd never get a government job, but I worked for the city, starting in 2002, working with checks. I became foster parent to my niece and nephew, but I did have another incident in 2006. I had a girlfriend that I thought was going to help me with my niece and nephew. She had children, but the relationship was not good. And she left for 2 weeks and she came back and she had a key to my house and she was there. And when I came in from work, and long story short, we got into a tussle, and I don't hit women or nothing, but she was trying to scratch my face and I bit her finger. I broke the skin. I didn't do anything, but it was still wrong. So I got in trouble for that. The case was dismissed in 2007 because I did complete my probation. I paid off the restitution. In 2007, I was ordained as a minister. I became my niece and nephew's legal foster parent in 2008 or 2010. I got married in 2015, and I got elected as one of the commissioners for District 3 for SDC in 2017, and I was reelected in 2019. I was Commissioner of the Year in 2021. I didn't want to get emotional, but you carry the shame of what you do all your life. And even though I got some accomplishments, you still carry that shame, especially because you knew right from wrong and you knew it was wrong. And like I said, I was taught right from wrong since I was 3 years old. So you still carry the shame. So I just, all these years, I just would like, I forgave myself finally. And I hope the people that I hurt forgive me. And that's why I want the pardon.
Thanks, Mr. Sanders. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Sanders, as part of the application process, we ask a judge in Milwaukee County to review your application for a pardon. And the judge who reviewed it supports your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
Well, that makes me feel grateful to be supported by the judge. I mean, I think anybody I heard was listening to the last person. I would be grateful. I think anybody should be grateful that a judge would support them in getting a pardon.
Good. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Well, Mr. Sanders, thanks for appearing before us, and thank you for all of your good work, especially with SDC. They do a lot of good work, and hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving, and you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of today's process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. All right. All right. I think we were able to get Deshwana Hicks back. So Deshwana, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. All right. Can you hear us?
All right. I'm here. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Don't absolutely no need. This happens. It happens. And it not a concern at all. So Deshwana, why don't you walk us through first about your felony conviction from 1992, what happened with your sentence, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So go ahead.
Okay. I was charged with a felony for worthless sex and theft fraud. It was wrong, but because it's stopping me things. Although I've been a housekeeper, I don't bartend, I don't waitress, I don't work at Wells Fargo, Bank of America, DoorDash, Uber, Lyft, AT&T. Right now I'm a CNA. The felony, I was working at the banks because I wanted to, actually was working in the banks, but I had to go through a temp service. And to work through the banks, you need to be bonded. I tried to go to school to be a nurse, but they turned me down because of my background. In 52, like I said, I did get and then they told me that I ended up dropping out of high school. I only needed like 2 credits, so they told me to go back to get my high school diploma and to work. So I've been working forever. I don't have any recommendations because I felt that it was very embarrassing to try to ask somebody to, write a letter or whatever. But I don't know. I'm embarrassed for not even being able to. Then I'm at work right now, so I'm trying to walk all over the building trying to see what's a proper place to, talk to you guys at. And I finally found one, which is crazy. It's in the bathroom. So go figure. Like I said, I'm 52. I just got married in 2016, 17. I don't know. I don't know. Back in a couple years after I had got this, I had contacted the judge and the DA, and they had dismissed it without prejudice. And then Scott Walker came into play, and it's just like basically you like the heck with felonies or whatever. So now that Evers came into play, I'm like, okay, let me try it again. So I've been down at the clerical of courts like 10,000 times because I'm always not having the right paperwork. And then when I was sending it to you guys said that you wasn't getting it. And then finally you guys did receive it. So here I am today.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Hicks. Ms. Hicks, do you have any outstanding taxes owed? Does that ring any bells like from 2010?
Yeah. And right now, come think of that. I did a what do you call that when you getting it excused? Offer and compromise. Okay. Yeah, okay. Offer and compromise. So yeah. I just received that offer and compromise. So I owed that and they knocked it down to $100. So I paid that off. I actually owed $11,000. I owed $11,000, but they excluded $9,000 and they did that offer and compromise for $100. So I paid that off. So going forward, I owe $2,000 more dollars. So that's what I'm paying on now. Got my credit score, even though that doesn't matter. I got my credit score up to like 746. And the only thing just holding me now is just this part. And like I said, I shouldn't have never did it, being a follower instead of a leader. When you do bad stuff, you end up paying a price for it.
Okay. No, thanks. Questions from the board? All right. Well, thanks, Ms. Hicks. I'm glad we were able to connect. I know it's not an easy topic to talk about, and especially if you're at work, but I thank you for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend, and you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process.
All right. You as well. Thank you guys for listening to me.
Thanks. Bye. All right. Next, we will go to Joshua Haugley. So Joshua, looks like you're on.
Oh, come on.
There we go. Yep, we can hear you and we can see you. So we're all good. 2 for 2. So Joshua, if you could just kind of walk us through in terms of your two felony convictions and what happened with your sentence and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So go ahead.
Well, first, I'm Josh. I was 17 with the first one. I was just going through a real rough time in life with my parents, with my mom, in and out of home. I would get kicked out, and got in with the wrong people. Was skipping school, doing a lot of dumb things teenagers can do, and I I'd go home, get in trouble, get kicked out, and then my mom would call the police on me, and then I'd get picked up and then taken back home, and it'd start all over again. And then I just got tired of it, so I just didn't stop. I mean, no excuse for it. I wasn't, I didn't have any warrants out. I wasn't in any trouble at the time. I was just in a bad headspace with just not having a good time and going through some personal things. And I just got angry and fed up, and I just didn't stop. I mean, was it right? Absolutely not. It was a really dumb choice because I realized I could have hurt a lot of people in the process. Since then, I learned to stop. I do pull over for them. It's only been a couple times. I haven't had any even speeding tickets in several years. That sentence I was sentenced to, if I remember correctly, it was an 18-month stage sentence with 2 years probation, which I had, again, started the cycle at home all over again, got in some trouble, got arrested, went back. I revocated myself by choice. I served my 18 months. It came out to, I think, like 11 and a half months when all was said and done out at the House of Correction in Franklin. Shortly after I got released, I believe I was released in July. And then October the following year is when I caught the second felony for maintaining a drug vehicle. I was with some friends and I was smoking marijuana. I mean, I learned later on actually that was a drug trafficking charge, which I didn't even see on my paperwork at the time. I wasn't selling, I wasn't stealing, I wasn't really hurting anybody. I was just smoking marijuana at the time. No, it was illegal. Yeah, it was the wrong thing to do. Probably another dumb decision. That one, I was sentenced to a 2-year stage sentence with 4 years probation, which that one I did complete. I only had I passed all my drug tests for the years, and I believe I had one. I blew dirty once on the alcohol test, on a breath test. I was in construction at that time. I was just 21, and I had a couple beers that day or the day before. I don't remember. It's been a while. Both of my sentences were completed. My probation, everything was released in good standing. Been out of trouble pretty much since then. Out of legal trouble anyways, except for the one incident back a few years back, which I did mention in the application. That was a domestic violence issue. I don't even know if it's on my record because that was actually dismissed with prejudice. That one I had no case. I did a few meeting things and it was dismissed. That was actually just a misunderstanding where my felony record is what stopped the DA up here in Adams County from dropping the charges against me. Even though my wife was there at the time and she admitted I wasn't the one doing wrong, it was her. But the cops ended up called. We both ended up going to jail that day. But I did my plea deal on that. I went to the DV course classes that they were getting started up here. As for why I did what I did, well, I was just young and dumb and real bad headspace, going through a lot of rough things in life. Since then, I'm now married. We've been married. We just celebrated our 15-year anniversary in September. We have 6 children. One's in college. One works at a hospital. My youngest is now 15 years old. So all good kids, never been in trouble. We've kept them on the straight path. I've used my record and my life experience kind of to teach them to stay on the right path and help steer them. As far as volunteering and community work, I haven't honestly done much. With 6 kids, I've had up until last year, for the last 7 years, I had 2 jobs. So I was working an 11-day work week. Didn't really have much time. I have helped out at the school with the kids' band, transport, carrying stuff if they need it. Otherwise, I just go to work. I've been gainfully employed. I just passed my 10-year anniversary a couple months back. That's about it.
Questions from the board? Jeff?
Good afternoon, sir. I got a couple of questions. One, they're not required, but they are recommended that applicants submit letters in support of their application. You didn't submit any letters in support. Any particular reason why not?
Well, I kind of agree with, I forget who was stated a little while ago. It's kind of embarrassing to go up to somebody and say, hey, can you write a letter of recommendation for me why I should be pardoned from my felony record? Otherwise, I don't have a lot of associates anymore. It's just people I work with, my boss. I have, 1 or 2 friends, nobody that's really going to have any foot to stand on for a reason for a recommendation. But I'd rather just be able to get it on my own whim and my own accord on what I've done and who I've become since then.
Okay. And then secondly, you disclosed in your application that you had a 2018 disorderly conduct conviction. So 3-4 years ago. What was that about?
Disorderly conduct conviction. Was that a municipal disorderly conduct on that one?
I'm not sure.
I think that was the one I was actually referring to. It was disorderly conduct, domestic violence. And that was the incident with my wife.
With your current wife?
Yes, my current wife.
Oh, and so the deal was that you had to go through the domestic violence treatment program, and then if you successfully completed it, the case would be dismissed. Is that right?
Correct. And I completed it all, I think it was like 20 weeks of it. And it was dismissed with prejudice.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Josh, for appearing before us. You heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month or 2 in terms of the outcome of the process, but hope you have a good day.
All right, thanks. You too, and
Thank
happy
you.
holidays to everybody.
Thanks. All right, next we'll hear from Shalonda Jenkins. All right, there we go. Welcome, Ms. Jenkins. You've seen how this goes, so if you can start by talking with us about how you ended up with the 1995 felony conviction, what happened with your sentence, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So go ahead.
All right, well, I want to say good afternoon to the Pardon Advisory Board, and I want to thank you in advance for this opportunity. I ended up with a felony conviction on January 1996. I was convicted of the felony for forging, uttering. I obtained a guest that was at my house identification. She allowed me to get a telephone, a home phone in her name. And I took it further by opening up a bank account with a worthless check and withdrawing cash. And that's how I got the forgery, uttering. I was sentenced to 5 years probation, 75 days in CCC, the Community Correctional Center. And I had to pay restitution, which I successfully paid, which was also part of me being allowed to successfully complete my probation. I'm trying to see why I deserve to have a pardon. I have been blessed to have continuing employment. There are certain fields that I'm not able to apply because of my felony. One definitely is money or working at a bank. I have come into some hiccups with jobs I have applied for, even jobs I was working, and even positions that I was offered because of my felony. One is I love numbers. I love math. I took a tax course at H&R Block, was one of the top percentage of the class, was offered employment. I was denied, even though I had an interview because of my felony. I am blessed to still be able to do taxes, but I have not tried to apply to doing with any company. I do have like a tax ID number, but it was an opportunity I wish I could have took further. One of my employments since my felony is I was a contracted with Milwaukee Public Schools in education, working with Title I as a teacher. And I'm always honest on my applications about being a felon. But one particular year, I guess I got red flagged. and I had to get pulled out of my classroom while they investigated, look further into it. And maybe just looking back to see that I was honest. I have worked other educational jobs in the past, and it wasn't an issue. I was able to go back into the classroom, but it was very embarrassing. Although to me, which, you know, they were discreet about how they handled it, but just continue to be reminded of this mistake that I made. Also too, I left education and started working in marketing promotion. I also been blessed in this field where I've been offered management opportunities. One opportunity I was offered was with State Farm Insurance, but once they did the background check, they denied me. And ironically, I have State Farm Insurance, but I can't work for them. Another thing was during the pandemic, 2020 president's election, I wanted to work the polls. Couldn't do it when I wanted because of my felony. Then I thought about, which I'm still interested too, in being a notarizer. Can't do that either because of my felony. So it has helped affected me in just future endeavors that I want to do because I have a felon. Since my felony, I worked hard to set my daughter up for success. I was a single mother. Right now, my daughter's 31. I did my best with her to set her up so some of the mistakes that I fell for, I didn't want her to have to experience. Although she was a child when I had the felon, but she still had to be away from me while I did time in CCC. So currently, she's one of the ones that wrote my letter of recommendation, one of them. She's a pharmacist, and I'm proud of her. And I was able to get her to go to undergrad without any student loans. Immediately after my conviction, I served 3 years with AmeriCorps Vista. I'm glad I was able to do that with a felony. It really got me more involved in community involvement and education. So throughout my career, before I started doing marketing promotion, which I'm currently in now, I worked in some form of social services or education. I have obtained a bachelor's degree from Alverno College. I also went into classes to become a math teacher at UWM, which is actually the place my conviction came from. Was able to go back and further my education. I have mentored and tutored adolescent delinquents with wraparound. While I was in school, I pledged and became a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. I volunteer also with my sorority. And there was another question you had. Well, should I earn it? I think I've shown that I have changed my lifestyle. I have definitely changed my self-image. And I got emotional when Craig Sanders was speaking on his, that it does bother me. It is embarrassing. I'm not ashamed of it if someone else can learn from my story. Even when I was a teacher, you know, if I saw students going on the wrong path, I would share and express without disclosing my background. But anything I can do that anyone can learn from my mistakes, I definitely step up. That's why I was a mentor. I also was a tutor. And I did the same thing with my own daughter. Getting this pardon would definitely be a step in other future endeavors I would like to go into. I did try to apply for the King Slate program. I didn't qualify because of the year of my felon, but I did meet the age. It's be 27 years in January of 2023. It's a nonviolent conviction, and I was under 25. So I would be grateful and thankful if I am granted a pardon. Sorry, I'm a little nervous too.
No need to apologize. Questions for Ms. Jenkins? All right, well, you were very thorough and did a good job. Thanks for appearing before us, Ms. Jenkins. You'll hear from us in a month or two, but I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving.
You all have the same. Thank you again for
Thank
the
you.
opportunity. All right, bye-bye.
All right, next we will hear from Gary Schmeller.
Schmerler, yes.
Schmeller, oh, so close.
Schmerler. Yeah, I was born with it, sorry.
Yeah, well, I can say the same thing with mine. So go ahead, Gary.
My offense was for an unauthorized writing of a check in a business setting. And my sentence included 45 days of Huber incarceration, 200 hours of community service, restitution, the amount of the check, and 5 years of probation. All of that was completed very expeditiously without any incidents with law enforcement going forward. A lot's happened in 33 years since that has taken place. But before I go on, I have to summarize. I learned a very valuable lesson from that unfortunate circumstance, and that is that agreements of any sort should be totally transparent, and specifically when it involves money with others, it needs to be formally put in writing to eliminate any misunderstanding. I am truly, truly sorry to my family and anybody that it affected. It was a poor error in judgment on my part. Since the sentence, I have 2 children, a son and a daughter. My son has a unique disability. He's going to need some care for the rest of his life, which I'm responsible to do and am doing it. My daughter lives in Verona, Wisconsin, close to me. I'm blessed to have a grandson here in March of this year. I did get a divorce from my ex-wife, lives in Ohio, and she went there in 2009. But we have a cordial relationship, as you can see by the attached letter of reference. My employment, I've been in the same field for 40 years. I've been in the commercial refrigeration service and installation business. So if you go to a Woodman's or a Pick and Save or a Kroger or an Aldi, the refrigerated cases that you pull the product out of, we keep it cold. What I was able to do, fortunately, with my earnings and my hard work only, I bought 50% of the company I was working for in the early 90s. It was formally documented. I did learn from what had happened before. And I stayed there until 2006. We sold the company to a Fortune 200 company, Ingersoll Rand. And the reason it was sold was due to my son's needs. I had to make a decision. Do I stay and keep doing what I'm doing, or are you there for your family? Financially, it came out very, very well. So I really didn't have to worry about that part of it, which I'm blessed for. So I decided to do that. Ironically, the first couple of months after I left, a couple of the employees, or actually few employees, actually called me and said, would you please jump back into this thing? We really like working for you. The company that I sold prior to that had 80 employees. So in early 2007, under completely different circumstances and different management style and paying attention to my family, I started another business in a very, very similar field, or actually in the same field, and sold it 5 years ago to a company, and it had at that time 200 employees. We were statewide. We did a heck of a job, and I'm thankful. The people did a fantastic job in terms of what they did. So it wasn't all me, that's for sure. And we covered the state of Wisconsin, and I stayed on for 5 years and continued to manage it. And it's become the Midwest headquarters for the division that it's a part of. So it's quite an accomplishment, I believe. Ironically, today, I'm officially retired. It's kind of ironic. My 5 years has basically come to an end. They contractually obligated me to 2 years. I stayed on an additional 3, and today was essentially my last day. As far as community service, I really, really believe in giving back, but I've had to do it because of my background. I've had to do it I would just have to say, in the background. Done a couple of things that I think are at least of interest to the board. I started 2 nonprofit organizations to assist and support and take care of young adults with cognitive and intellectual disabilities. The name of the companies are Aspire Housing, and the other one's Post College Connections. Over the course of time, I found out that the Edgewood College had in Madison here allowed kids with disabilities to be included in their population. So what I did is but one of the problems was housing. There was not enough housing there. So I put together a housing program, wasn't connected to Edgewood. I offered it as an option because of my background. And they obviously took me up on it. And I also probably contributed at least $100,000 to kids that were in the school so they could afford to go there. So that's kind of what I've been doing. When I'm concerned about is being in the public eye. When you get in the public eye, people start looking at things and they misunderstand what's going on and they have feelings about it. So that leads me to really, I'm retired, and this is the reason why I would like a pardon. I'm retired and I want to give back in a bigger way. I really do. You know, when I had the conviction, I wanted to be an assisted swim coach to the McFarland swim team. I got a letter from the school saying, no, we respectfully decline because of your background. You know, I was also asked to be very heavily involved in the school system in the Verona area school district. I did get involved with them and helped with some of the charter school activity, but I couldn't really go super forward, if you will, as much as what I would have liked to have done. And finally, the last thing was on this last sale, ironically, we went through all the due diligence. It was a very complicated deal with the size of the organization. And as a result, they basically declined selling the business or accepting the business based upon my record, even though it was 30 years ago. And they ended up having a group of attorneys call me, actually from New York, and they just absolutely pummeled me with questions and what I did, how I went about it, where I got the money to start it, all those kinds of things. The guy that was in charge of that, I would call it, it almost seemed like a tribunal, called me up and said, we're going to buy your business. You're a stand-up guy. So it has placed a little bit of onus on me. So, I mean, if I guess it is, this is kind of it is very emotional. I would like to help adults with disabilities in a bigger way, but I want to make sure that when I go to market or I go and start doing this, which it's already begun, Post College Connection has a board of directors. We serve 35 students or 35 adults. And if this comes into the public eye, I would like to be able to say I have a pardon for something that I did many moons ago. I also want to just close really by saying I'm grateful to the judge in this case. At the time, I got to tell you, I was extremely disappointed. I really was. I was really bitter. I was mad. But I was really touched by her positive statement, you know, and for that matter, from all those folks that wrote letters of recommendation for me. So, you know, I thank you for the consideration, and I hope you will, you know, grant me a pardon.
Thanks, Gary. Questions from the board? Well, you're not going to get peppered with questions like you did previously. No, thanks for the presentation, Gary, and sharing your story. You'll hear from us in a month or two, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Yes, you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye now.
All right, next we'll hear from Christian Dunahee. So Christian, looks like you're already on. You've seen how this goes, so please go ahead.
First, I'd like to thank the board for taking this opportunity to allow me to bring forth my wish to get a pardon. In 2000, I was charged with theft in a business setting, which basically summed up to I falsified some return claims and then had a dummy corporation set up where the checks were sent to me, and I then cashed them and used the money for things. Have no excuse for it. You know, I was going through kind of a downward spiral. My mother had just passed away, and she was very close. I was an only child and single mother. So it kind of left me, you know, in a weird situation, not knowing how to go and what to do. And it also cost me quite a bit. It cost me the trust of my wife, who we just celebrated 30 years together. There's days where I know she believes me, but there's sometimes in the back of my mind, I think, is she just questioning me or going along with it? We've raised two wonderful children, a daughter that's 29 and our son who just turned 25. Both are doing quite well and flourishing. The reason I'm looking to get this pardon is I want to be able to continue furthering my career. I do know getting up in age, employment opportunities can come and go. The current place that I work, the owner, he's getting up in age and maybe looking to sell his business. And if that happens, I don't know if the next owner is, going to be able to look at me as the individual that I am versus the individual I was, 22 years ago when this conviction happened. And I want to be able to have that solid onus of, I do have a worth here. I have been, hopefully granted a pardon and can show that not only am I a person of good, outstanding character and have paid for my transgressions and have moved forward. My sentence was 4 months of Huber, which I served via electronic monitoring. And back then it was, I was informed that it was highly unlikely for most inmates to get that because the devices weren't as readily available as they are today. So I took that with great onus, believing that the staff at the correction facility saw that I truly was, understanding of what my issue was and was not looking to do anything else again, and let me go on that. I also received 5 years of probation on top of that, which in doing my probation, I was actually granted early release on that as well, which according to my probation officer, hardly ever happens back then. So again, they saw the person that I wanted to be and that I was making those strides and moving forward on that. I have done numerous events as far as charity work, been on several committees, helped run and organize a youth football here in my small town of Cambria, served as a church elder as well as deacon, calling on shut-ins and taking care of their needs. We also raised our nephew from age of 4 to age of 18. He is doing quite well. He has some severe learning disabilities and he is striving quite well. And there's days he looks back and he goes, I know why you did what you did, and I'm glad that you've always given me the hand that I needed and led me the right way. I've instilled in my children that you don't need to be better than anybody else. You just need to be a better person than you were the day before. And that's kind of my mantra, and that's what I do. The reason that I'm looking for this pardon, as I stated, I just want to make sure that I have this stability going forward to continue to provide and also have the opportunity to advance my career if that desire comes. I currently work in the auto industry as a finance manager. I'd like to, hopefully get my insurance license and look at, doing real estate and possibly even going into the insurance side of it altogether, which obviously having a felony conviction, I cannot, get an insurance license. So.
Thanks, Christian. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Denny, you and your son were involved in some pretty heroic rescue work when the mill exploded 5 years ago in Cambria. Can you just talk a little bit about what happened that day?
Sure. We were actually getting the house ready for his graduation party. He was a senior. We were in the midst of finishing the basement. He had actually been at some friend's house, came home. I had just come upstairs from kind of finishing doing, some odds and ends downstairs. My wife had kind of, fell asleep on the couch, and I was sitting at the dining room table. And from our house to the ethanol plant is 5 blocks. So you can see it pretty easily. And there was a big explosion. I could see it out of the corner of my eye. And my son asked what happened. And I said, well, I think Didion just exploded. And I knew it wasn't the ethanol plant, because if that was the case, it'd been a lot more devastation, and we probably wouldn't be alive. So I knew it was the milling side of the business. And we just kind of all looked at each other, and I said, we got to go help, whatever it is, handing out water, directing, doing something. So as we were going down the hill to go to that Didion milling, we could see the firemen leaving their homes to go up to the fire department. We were actually the second vehicle on premise. And when we got there, we had encountered a couple workers that had come out, started administering some triage, giving them water. And then my son and I decided to see if we could find anybody else that was, maybe not as accessible as these gentlemen were. For whatever reason, at the time, my son was kind of leading the way, being 18 at the time, a lot better physical shape. He took us up and to the left, which was kind of out of the way of what the explosion showed. I don't know if anybody's ever seen the pictures, but the south side of the building was kind of what was blown open. We went to the north side, and we got to a section. We just started calling out, can anybody hear us? Is anybody there? And we waited for a moment or two, and then we heard, at the time, his name is Alex Wade, call out. And he was actually with Connor Vanagalen, and Connor was pinned underneath the rail car, and he couldn't get out, but he wouldn't leave Connor. So we went over to him, told him we'd help, started looking around for ways that we could. At this time, the fire department had got there. My son went back, got a couple firemen back. They started looking at ways to extract Colin. My son and I then kind of kept going that same route, looking around the building to see if there was anybody else that we could help. We came upon another Didion employee that was not working. He was just there kind of helping as well. We ended up shutting off a gas valve, and then proceeded to stay there for several hours, helping the firemen with water, bagging all their hazmat material suits. We actually called people that we knew that could get water to a certain checkpoint. We were going up and getting that water, bringing it back for the firemen. It was, all in all, it was just a very devastating experience. It's something that the three of us will never forget. We talk about it quite often, actually.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Jeff?
Good afternoon, sir. You were ordered to pay almost $34,000 in restitution, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you pay that?
Yes, sir. That was done through a promissory note that was done before I was even sentenced.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, well, thanks, Christian, for appearing before the board. You've heard me say it before in terms of you'll hear in a month or two in terms of the outcome of today's process, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
You too. Thank you very much and happy
Thank you.
holidays, everybody.
Thanks. All right, next we'll hear from Leon Falkowski. So Leon, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and unmuting yourself. All right, well, you've seen how this works, so please proceed.
I am Leon Flakowski. I was part in instilling several snowmobiles the year I graduated high school. There was 3 of us involved, but I want to make it clear here today that I'm taking full responsibility for my actions because I am the one who made poor choices that have resulted in me being here today. The sad part is I knew what I was doing was wrong. I knew my actions would impact others and myself, but I didn't take that into consideration at the time. I was selfish and I acted in a selfish manner without regard for how it would impact others. For that, I am very sorry. It is for that reason I am not only here before you today seeking forgiveness from my state, but I have also spent several years since my crime trying to earn forgiveness from my local community. Since then, I have found ways to help in my community. As an honorary VFW member, I put together Christmas baskets and helped deliver them. I raised money for the scholarships for the FFA through our FFA alumni. In support of the 4-H, I was a woodworking and swine leader. Then this got me involved in the market animal show and sale. And I was in several different committees on that, then became vice president and then president. While president, I was during COVID. We were one of the few counties that were able to put on a show despite there was no fair. This detailed me dealing with webinars and keeping track of what we were allowed and not allowed and what we could do and different options. I had other counties calling me, asking me how to assist them with their sales so these children could have the opportunity to make their animals that they purchased and put time into shown and sold. I also helped create new bylaws which were missing from the organization for over 20 years. I now serve as past president. I was the youngest deer farmer in the state, loved nature and outdoors. I was asked to participate in learn to hunt programs for mentoring kids for deer and turkey through the local hunter safety instructors. The game wardens were aware of my situation and put perimeters on what I could and couldn't do to participate in these programs. I practiced this. I passed several background checks doing this for years. Then I got certified in darting and recovery and artificial insemination for whitetail. The instructor for this course requested my assistance and help teaching at UW Point. I helped him. Upon finishing that, he asked if I could get a hunter's safety so I could help run the dart range. I pursued this with working with the local hunting instructors. They had me run the compass courses, tree stand safety, archery, and blood trails. My oldest son and my wife are hunting instructors. My youngest son is a junior instructor. I took the bow hunter safety and the hunter safety classes, passing them. It was then when the background check came back and stopped me from becoming an instructor and then stopped me from being a mentored hunter and the learn to hunt programs that I enjoyed so much. A few years ago, our town wanted to go to county zoning. I attended the meeting and spoke as a local resident that I'd like to keep it local. At the end of the meeting, I was appointed to the zoning board. Within months, I became co-chair. Soon after that, I became chair, which I am currently chair of our town zoning. And I was placed in charge of rewriting the ordinances for our whole town that were outdated since 1974. In September, our zoning administrator passed away, and I am now appointed to the zoning administrator for our town. I have built confidence with my community. My leadership is noticed by the town board and the townspeople. I am continuously asked when I am running for town board next. I'd like to follow in my family's historic history of civil services, and I feel I have a place in doing so. Just like my family has done in the past, I have a grandfather that was recognized firefighter. My other grandfather was a town chairman, and a great grandfather that was a state assemblyman. I feel it is my time, my place and time to serve. I am asking to receive a pardon for a mistake I made as a teenager, so I continue help and serve my community.
All right, thanks, Leon. Questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Leon, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process, but hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving.
You guys as well. Thank you very much.
All right, and then we get to our final applicant of the day. Andre, thanks for waiting patiently. All right. Well, Andre, you've seen how this works, so now's your opportunity to share your story with the board, so please proceed.
How the board doing? Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andre Gross Sr. I'm a single father of 6. I have a 14-year-old, a 13-year-old, 11-year-old. I also have an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 3-year-old. I currently have full custody of my 3 older children, and I also have 50-50 custody and placement with my 3 younger children. I was 23 at the time. I was home preparing dinner with my family. I received a phone call from my little brother stating that the house that he was in at the time was being shot up. Soon as he said that, the phone call kind of dropped. My heart dropped. I grabbed my firearm. I proceeded to walk to his residence, which was it was about 3 blocks away from where I was standing at the time. He stayed with my little sister. He was a teenager at the time. He stayed with my little sister. My little sister also had 3 kids. She had about 3 or 4 kids at the time, nephews and nieces. I started walking over there. I got about 2 houses away from the residence that I was going to, and the police, they see me and they pulled me over instantly. I was the only one by the residence. When they pulled me over, they didn't say anything. They searched me, found the firearm I had concealed, and they put me in a cop car and took me to jail. When I was in a cop car, they asked me, what was I doing in the neighborhood? I informed them, well, that's my siblings living right there in that house. He called me and said the house was being shot up. Would you be able, to go check on them or whatnot? And at the time, they really wasn't hearing what I was saying. They just took me to jail or whatnot. I didn't get to find out what happened until after I was released from jail. I was sentenced to 7 months in jail. While I was in jail, I participated in the anger management class, job readiness class. It was also a chance for me to take a AODA class, even though I didn't need to. I was just trying to take any courses and classes I could at the time, thinking that was going to help me get out earlier, and I was trying to better myself. I had a child on the way. Unfortunately, I was incarcerated when my daughter was born. She's 8 now. I also participated in a forklift certification class or course while I was incarcerated as well. After I was released from incarceration, I immediately enrolled in school. I was kind of enrolled in school before I got locked up, but I wasn't able to go to school. So I enrolled right back in school after I got out of incarceration. I went for the automotive program. I signed up for the automotive technician program. After I completed the automotive technician program, I signed up for the auto body technician program. After I completed the auto body technician program, I also signed up for the diesel technician program. I also signed up for a welding program. That was about 3 or 4 years of schooling that I took immediately upon release after incarceration. Also, after incarceration, well, before I was incarcerated, I joined the Order of the Freemasons. When with my lodge, we also did charity work. We did charity work from neighborhood cleanups, charity walks for like breast cancer and different natures of that. We did food drives, we did raffles, we also did back to school drives. We also did a school back to school haircuts, and all of this was through my lodge that I was affiliated with at the time, St. Mark's Lodge Number 1. Well, the reason I want a pardon, as I stated before, I'm a single father of 6 children. My oldest child is 14 years old. She's gonna be 15 this Sunday. And I know I'm my children's role model. And it's kind of me being a sole provider of my children. It's been kind of difficult with the felony on the strength of the housing already. It's hard to find housing when you have a felony. And then so you only subjected to live, by your means and the community and in the houses that really don't complain about felonies. All they really want is their money, but the houses aren't in great conditions. When I go through stuff, it let me know what I want to do better. Like if I was a landlord, I know I'd be a great landlord because I would not want nobody to live in a bad facility the way, the way everything's going now with landlords these days or whatnot. Another reason I also would like a felony, well, I would also like the felony removed or a pardon. I also would like to start a daycare. All I do is deal with children. I have 6 kids. My sister, she has 6 kids. My older brother have 4 kids. So my whole life it consists of children. I have godchildren, and I participate in each one of their lives, whether it's haircuts, whether it's helping my young nephews and nieces out or my young nephews out, giving them like man to boy, boys to man time, because nowadays, our young men definitely need that. Also, wanted to do something like a group home to help teenagers and battered children or children who's been through a lot. My kids, they definitely been through a lot, and like I said, my oldest is 14. They've been through so much just at the age they're at, and it's just horrible. Like I don't think no child should even go through that. And so I've been there, and I've been the father they need, and they need patience. They need a parent to have patience and have time with them, especially going through everything they've been through. And they don't get that a lot. Sometimes with parents, it's like my way or the highway, and they jumping down the kid's throat. And the kids they don't deserve that. They're children. That's why we're the parents to guide them in the right path. Besides the group home and the daycares that I would love to start for children, which I wouldn't be able to participate in due to the felony. Another thing that the pardon will help me is my youngest child is 3 years old. She won't understand why I can't take her to the field trips. She won't be able to understand a lot of reasons why I can't participate in school activities. Right now, my 3 older children can, but my 3 younger children, they don't get it to the point. They just chuck it up and like, it's okay, Dad, but I know they don't understand, but they do background checks on field trips and school activities. And then it make it worse when you have another parent holding that over your head, saying, downgrading you and belittling you because you can't take kids on a field trip. It's just like, it feel like you already less than average just on the strength. And it's prohibiting my parenting skills when I can't be there to support my children, but there's other parents there supporting their children. Like it's just a bad look all along. Pretty much, another reason that I will want a pardon is right now, as I was stated, I have custody of my 3 older children, and I have a restraining order on their mother for child abuse and assault and battery on them. And I had the restraining order since 2019. In 2017, she was convicted of assault and battery of my children. We had a week on, a week off schedule, I go pick my kids up on my week. My son got a black eye. My daughter got a black eye. He's busted his lips. His nose is busted. It looked like he'd been in a street brawl. And he was only 8 years old, 9 years old. I'm asking him what's going on. He's telling me he ran into the TV, which isn't true. Just with that alone, I got custody of my kids for like a year and some change. And then somehow they gave the kids back to mom. Mom continued to beat them after that. In 2019, my kids had enough. I went and pretty much paid the course for restraining orders. They granted it. My son came home beat up because mom beat him up because of a haircut. With those different situations in my life, and the restraining order ending January 3rd of 2023, I feel if this pardon was removed if this felony was removed and a pardon was granted, maybe that would show family court that that's a changed man right there from whatever my incident was in the past, and it'll help me gain custody of my children. Because I know right now this is one of the roughest parts of my life, I believe, just on the strength of I don't have a definite answer on how to protect my children. If the kids go back to mom and something happened to them once again, which would be another time, like it would be just like the previous times before, I feel like I let my children down. And that feeling, it eats you up on the inside. That's not the first time I felt I let my children down. I feel.
Oh, thanks, Andre. You're very thorough and really appreciate it. I want to give some time though to the board to ask some questions though, but really thank you for sharing your story. Questions from the board? You were very thorough, so you answered everything we might have asked you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for being such a good parent to your kids and being there for them. It sounds like they've been through a lot. I hope you all have a wonderful Thanksgiving and wish you the best. And we'll let you know about the outcome of this process in 1 to 2 months.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, counsel, for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening and a good weekend. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, and that concludes our afternoon session. I'll now hear a motion to go into closed session pursuant to WSStat 19.851A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning a case before the board and considering specific applications, financial, medical, social, or personal histories of specific persons. Is there a motion?
So moved.
John, so moved. Is there a second? Jeff seconds.